Judge is on the way. All rise. Stand up, all rise. Amen. Stand up. Please be seated. All right. This is the 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April the 10th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. If you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised you have rights under Arizona law. That, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing your loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We're going to proceed in the following manner this morning. We're going to call two people at a time. The first person is going to come and stand at the podium. The second person is going to sit in the chair right by the door. The first person we're going to see this morning is Sherry Bingham. She'll be followed by Stephanie Mejia. Bingham first. You're right. Please state your name.
Sherry Bingham.
And your date of birth.
12/28/64.
Right. Ma'am, you're here on a warrant from the Highland Justice Court on the charge of driving on a suspended license. At this point, the court does find you to be indigent. The court appoints the public defender pursuant to Rule 6.1b. At this time, there's going to be a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $250. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any of the arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on April the 15th at 8:30 in the Highland Justice Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
Yeah, the Highland Justice Court is the one on First in Mesa?
No, that's the city court. The Highland Justice Court, I believe it's at Mesa Drive in the freeway, but you can look it up in the phone book.
Will I have directions in?
They're on there.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
The address will be on there.
All right, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mejia will be next, followed by Carlos Hernandez. Your name, please.
Stephanie Ann Mejia.
And your date of birth.
February 18th, 1986.
All right, ma'am, you're here on Superior Court arrest warrant, charging you with possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $250. If bond is posted, you're not to possess any weapons. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. And you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date will be a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, with a possible preliminary hearing on the 20th of April. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Step back over there.
Thank you.
Carlos Hernandez will be followed by Ramon Randall. Sir, your name, please.
Carlos D. Hernandez.
And your date of birth.
07/13/1996.
All All right, sir, you've been charged with taking the identity of another Class 4 felony, theft of a credit card, a Class 5 felony, and fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable causes to those counts. The court does find you to be indigent and is appointing the legal advocate to represent you. On this case, you're not entitled to bond. You'll be held without bond because you're on felony release for another offense when this occurred. Therefore, at this time, you're not eligible for bond. If that changes, you're not to return to any alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. Your next court date will be a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30. There's an evidentiary hearing concerning your known bond status on April the 17th at 1:30, and a possible preliminary hearing on April the 20th at 8:30, all in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit back over here. Ramon Randles will be followed by Victor Ramos Valenzuela. Sir, please state your name
It's Ramon Randles,
and your date of birth, sir.
March 22nd, 1989.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. First, number 5 on the calendar is a new charge of possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. The court has found probable causes to that count. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On that case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $500. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 6 on the calendar is a probation violation. On that case, it's also ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your court date is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about these two cases, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been going through a hard time because I lost my brother, and he got killed by an officer, so it's been hard for me to even try to face that. So,
And, sir, I very much sympathize with losing your brother. I know how difficult losing a close family member can be. The problem is you had this probation violation going on for this warrant out for some time. You'd already violated your probation once, been reinstated. So the bonds that have been set on these two cases is at the very low end of all of those things. When you explain that, and like I said, I have a lot of empathy for you. When you explain all that to your attorney, they can bring that all up to the judge, and the judge can absolutely take that into account. But at this time, I've set the release conditions that I think are appropriate.
I understand.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Take it easy.
You too, man. Victor Ramos Valenzuela will be followed by Alonzo Chavez.
Sir,
Yeah.
they're getting Victor Ramos for us right now. He's not in the gallery.
All right, that's cool.
Okay.
Do we have Alonzo Chavez? All right, you've moved from the on-deck circle to the batting. All right, Mr. Chavez, state your name and date of birth.
Alonzo Luna Chavez, April 14, 1992.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a grand jury warrant. The Maricopa County grand jury has indicted you on the counts of 12 counts of organized retail theft, Class 4 felonies.
Sir, no, if I may add something,
Go ahead.
nothing was organized, sir. I was just needed, and I didn't think it was gonna be that bad, you know. It was just like stealing makeup, you know.
I understand. what it is.
I'm sorry, you know. I'm embarrassed, you know. I'm already getting old. I need to get out.
Well, sir,
I'm in the process of moving right now, so.
Okay. Well, the grand jury has indicted you, and the grand jury has set a bond. I've appointed the public defender to represent you, but on this case, You have a secured appearance bond that's been set by the grand jury of $10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000, yeah. I mean, you've got multiple dates of offense. I mean,
Okay.
so it's a $10,000 bond the grand jury set. If bond is posted, you're not to return to the scene of any of these alleged offenses. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you submit the DNA and fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a not guilty arraignment on April the 17th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. All right, thank you. So you can step back over there. Did Victor Ramos get brought in?
Yes, sir.
All right, Victor Ramos will be followed by Douglas Griffith. All right, sir, tell me your name, please,
Victor Ramos,
and your date of birth.
11/29/95.
All right. Sir, you're here on 3 separate cases. First, number 9 on the calendar is a Superior Court arrest warrant on the charges of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The court has appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $500. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 10 is a probation violation warrant. On that case, again, it's ordered appointing the public defender. On that case, when the judge issued the warrant, he set a bond in the amount of $2,500. So secured appearance bond on that case is $2,500. The release conditions are otherwise exactly the same. Your court date on that case is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30. Number 11 is another probation violation matter. The judge in that case also, when they issued the warrant, set the bond of $2,500. I'm affirming that bond. The release conditions are otherwise the same as is your court date of a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these 3 cases, sir?
Is that a combined bond?
To combine the separate bonds, it's $2,500 on 2 of them and $500 on the other case. So altogether, the bonds total $5,500 secure appearance bond.
Okay.
All right.
I wanted to ask if I can get a reduction or something on that.
No, the judge set the bond because of your numerous violations of your probation. When you meet with the judge, when you go to the court on the 16th, that will be the same judge who set those bonds. And theoretically, the judge could change the release conditions next week. I'm not saying that's likely, but it's possible. You meet with your attorney and they can go over everything with you.
Okay. So if I wanted to post bond today, I wouldn't be able to?
You absolutely could. It's $5,500 for all 3 cases. You can go through a bonding company and put 10% some type of collateral.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back over there, please. Mr. Griffith will be followed by Felix Alanes. Sir, your name, please,
Douglas Griffith,
and your date of birth.
August 9, 1962.
Just need to check one thing. Okay. That's good. All right, so you're here on a probation violation warrant. I'm not appointing counsel because it looks like private attorney's already entered a notice of appearance on this case. So I'm not appointing counsel at this point. On this case, when the judge issued the probation violation warrant, the judge ordered that you be held without bond pursuant to rules 27.6 and 7.2. So at this point, you'll be held without bond. If that changes, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Felix Alanes will be followed by James Giordano. Your name, please.
My name is Felix Alanese,
Okay, and your date of birth, sir?
10/10/1992.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a grand jury warrant. The grand jury has indicted you on the charges of attempted armed robbery, attempted armed robbery, Class 3 felony, and aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. The court finds you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender. The judge, when they issued the warrant, set a cash bond of $150,000. You're serving a DOC sentence anyway, so you're not really going anywhere, but the bond on this case is set at an amount of $150,000. If you are released, the release conditions will be in writing. I think it's highly unlikely you'll be released, but all the release conditions are in writing. Your next court date will be a not guilty arraignment on April the 17th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Giordano will be followed by Tyree Vesey.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
James Giordano, 12/18/1976.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. First, number 18 on the calendar is a Superior Court bench warrant on the charges of burglary in the third degree, Class 4 felony, and burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. Looks like the public defender's already been appointed on this case. On this case, you're going to be held without bond because you're facing a mandatory prison sentence under Rule 7.2. So you'll be held without bond.
Yes, sir.
There's your next court date is a post-warrant status conference on April the 20th at 8:30. Number 19, it's basically the same thing. On that case, the charges are fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony, and taking the identity of another. Once again, the public defender has already been appointed to represent you. On that case, you're also being held without bond pursuant to Rule 7.2. The court date's the same, April the 20th at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions, sir?
I just wanted to make it clear, it just was a self-surrender. I know it doesn't look like that. I had the fight book. Obviously, there was a layover, and during the layover, they ran my name in the warrant, so Maricopa County ended up having to come and pick me up. I do have the flight reservations, but Amanda Martin of the Public Defender's Office Supervisor, she said she will be there to verify that I've been in contact with her.
Yeah, and your attorney can absolutely bring all of that up to the judge.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
Awesome.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Tyree Vesey will be followed by James Chavez. Sir, your name, please.
Tyree Vesey,
Okay, and your date of birth, sir?
March 16th, 1994.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a probation violation warrant. The court finds you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. When the judge issued the probation violation warrant, they ordered that you be held without bond pursuant to Rule 27.6 and 7.2. So you'll be held without bond, at least for the time being. Your next court date will be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30. Do you have any questions, sir?
No,
All right, thank you, sir. James Chavez will be followed by Anselmo Ramirez. Sir, your name, please,
James Chavez,
and your date of birth.
07/13/2004.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a new charge of aggravated assault, Class 3 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court's also found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a cash-only bond set in the amount of $100,000. If bond is posted, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You'd have no contact whatsoever with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You must continue to provide court or proof of your local address, and you must submit to DNA and fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Ramirez will be followed by Whitney Smith. Sir, your name, please,
Anselmo Ramirez,
and your date of birth.
6/29/79.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. Number 26 is a new charge of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the legal defender to represent you. On this case, you're not entitled to be released because this offense occurred while you were on felony release for another offense. So at this time, you'll be held without bond. If the no bond status changes, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case will be a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30. There's an evidentiary hearing concerning your no bond status that's set for April the 17th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing for April the 20th at 8:30. On number 27, this is it's a case where you're on bench warrant. The court issued a bench warrant on the charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The court finds that you're indigent. The legal defender's office is appointed. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond that's been set in the amount of $1,000. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your court date is a status conference on the 16th of April and a preliminary hearing on the 20th of April. Do you have any questions about these two cases, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back over there. Whitney Smith. Will be followed by Tashawn Jordan. Your name, please.
Whitney Joy Smith?
Have you also used the name Whitney Jobin?
Jobin, yeah.
Okay. You're here on two cases. Number 28 is a Superior Court bench warrant on charge of aggravated robbery, a Class 3 felony. The court finds that, well, the public defender's already been appointed to represent you. On this case, the court, well, let me check one thing. Okay. Yeah, well, the judge issued the warrant. They ordered you to be held without bond under Rule 7.2. So at this time, you'll be held without bond pursuant to Rule 7.2. Your next court date will be a post-warrant status conference on April the 16th at 8:30. Number 29 is another bench warrant. Once again, the judge has ordered you held without bond. Your next court date on that is a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these two cases?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tashawn Jordan will be followed by Joaquin Romero. Sir, your name, please,
Sean Jordan,
and your date of birth.
10/6/95.
Sir, you're here, it looks like, on two probation violation cases. On number 30, the court finds that, on both cases, the public defender is appointed to represent you. On number 30, there's a secured appearance bond that's been set in the amount of $750. On number 31, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you post bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. And you to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on both of these cases is a probation and revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Joaquin Romero, will be followed by Jesus Acosta. Good morning, sir. Please
Good
tell
morning,
me your
sir.
name and date of birth.
Joaquin Gabriel Romero, 12/6/78.
All right. All right, sir, this is a Superior Court arrest warrant on the charge of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony. The court finds that you're indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. This occurred before you were placed on probation. I don't think you had notice of this, so I'm releasing you on your own recognizance.
Thank you, sir.
You're not to return to the alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victim or arresting officer. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof your local address. And you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Even though this occurred before you're on probation, you have to keep your probation officer advised of what's going on.
I keep her informed.
All right. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on the 28th of April. But the date you need to worry about is April the 24th at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Jesus Acosta, we followed by Anthony Samaron. Your name, please, sir.
Jesus Acosta, 10/14/87.
All right, sir, you've been charged with burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause. The court finds you to be indigent and it's ordered appointing the public defender. You're going to be released to pretrial services. You won't have to post a bond in order to get out, but you need to keep in contact with them and follow all of their directions. Do you understand that? All right. You've been given an envelope with your directions about how to contact them. You must contact them within 48 hours. You're not to return to any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You're to continue to provide court proof your local address. Your next court date is a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 28th. Make sure you contact pretrial services when you get out, and make sure you make your court date of April the 24th. Looks like you have a question.
Yeah, I understand what I did. It was wrong, but the person at the store wasn't responding. So how he wasn't responding, I felt like he was going to harm himself, him or someone else, you know what I mean? So
Sir, all of that you can bring up with your attorney or the judge, but at this point, the only thing I can do is either release you or hold you in jail. I've released you to pretrial services, all right?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Step back over there. All right, Anthony.
Zamron.
I gave it a shot. All right. Tell me your full name, please, and date of birth.
Anthony Andrew Zamron, 9/19/80.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a new case charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found probable causes to those counts. I found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You won't have to post a bond in order to get out. You just need to keep in contact with them. You need to contact them within 48 hours. You're not to initiate contact with any of the arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof your local address. Your next court date is going to be a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 28th. But make sure you contact pretrial services and make sure you make your court date on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right. We have an interpreter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yanis Sokatis? All right, she's approaching the podium, and now you can start interpreting for me the next thing I say.
Okay, yeah.
Ma'am, please tell me your name.
Jenny,
Señora, dígame su nombre, por favor.
Jenny Socarrás,
Jenny Socarrán.
sí,
And your date of birth.
Su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
2 de octubre del 2003.
October 2, 2003.
You have been charged with theft, a Class 6 felony.
Usted se le han imputado cargos por robo, un delito categoría 6.
I have found probable cause as to that charge.
He encontrado causa probable para esos cargos.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Le he nombrado a un defensor público para que le defienda en este caso.
You are going to be released on your own recognizance.
Usted va a estar siendo puesto en libertad bajo su propia custodia.
I'm going to go over some of your release conditions. They'll all be in writing.
Le voy a hacer un breve resumen de las condiciones de su libertad, aunque se le van a dar por escrito también.
You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No debe ir a la escena del alegado crimen.
I assume you were fired from the job because of this.
Entiendo que usted fue despedido del empleo, ¿verdad? Debido a esto.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No debe tener ningún tipo de droga a menos que sea con una receta médica.
You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address.
Usted debe continuar actualizando a la corte de su dirección actual.
Your next court date is going to be a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30.
La próxima cita que usted tendrá en la corte será para una conferencia de estatus en abril 24 a las 8:30 de la mañana.
There's a possible preliminary hearing on April the 28th.
Hay una posibilidad de una audiencia preliminar en abril 28.
But it's very important you make your court date on April the 24th.
Es muy importante que usted vaya a la cita que tiene aquí en la corte en abril 24.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
All right, thank you.
No.
All right.
Thank you.
We have one other interpreter matter, Felipe Cerrón Morales. Sir, please state your name.
Felipe Cerón
Por favor,
Morales.
señor, diga su nombre.
Do you need an interpreter?
Yes, please.
All right. Please wait until the interpreter's interpreted what I've said before you answer then.
Muy bien, espere a que el intérprete termine de interpretar, ¿verdad?, el mensaje del juez antes de responder.
Is your date of birth July 2nd of 1983?
Yes, sir.
Su fecha de nacimiento es
Once again, wait until the interpreter has interpreted what I've said before you answer if you need an interpreter.
Si usted necesita un intérprete, como ya lo había mencionado, espere a que el intérprete termine de traducir antes de que usted responda, por favor.
You have been charged with aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony.
Usted ha sido imputado cargos de asalto agravado, lo cual es un delito categoría número 6.
You've also been charged with disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
También se le han imputado cargos de desobedecer una orden de la corte, lo cual es un delito menos grave, categoría 1.
Also, simple assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Adicional a eso, ha tenido asalto simple, lo cual es un delito menos grave, categoría 1.
I have found probable causes to those charges.
He encontrado causa probable a estos cargos.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Le he apuntado o le he nombrado a un defensor público para que le defienda en este caso.
Bond on this case is set in the amount of $5,000.
Una fianza se le ha imputado de una cantidad de $5,000.
If bond is posted, you're also subject to electronic monitoring to be installed before you're released from custody.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza, debe también someterse a monitoreo electrónico antes de ser puesto en libertad.
If you're released, you're not to return to any alleged crime.
Si usted se le pone en libertad, usted no puede volver a la escena del crimen.
You cannot have any contact with the victim or reside at the same location as the victim.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima ni residir en la misma localización o casa o apartamento donde está la alegada víctima.
You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Debe continuar actualizando a la corte de su dirección actual.
And you must obey any orders of protection that have been issued.
Y debe seguir cualquier orden de protección que se emita.
Your next court date is a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Tu próxima corte o fecha de corte será pautada para abril 16 a las 8:30 de la mañana en la Corte Superior en el centro del pueblo.
Do you have any questions, sir?
¿Alguna pregunta, señor?
No.
All right, thank you.
No.
Thank you for interpreting for us, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you for calling Lionbridge. Interpreter 4001 will be disconnecting now. Goodbye.
All right. While we're waiting for a change in people's being, I'm going to make the record on the house calls. Number 16, the court's inclination is an OR release. Number 20, Ms. Shea, the court's inclination is a $250 bond. On number 22 and 23, Mr. Sanchez, the court's inclination on number 22 is a $250 bond. 23, also a $250 bond. If the court does not follow its inclinations, the court will come back on the record and make whatever corrections are necessary. All right, do we have Mr. Anderson, or are you guys going to go again?
Right here.
All right. Mr. Anderson, please step up to the podium. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Randall Anderson, 5/23/85.
All right, sir. The Maricopa County Grand Jury has indicted you on the charges of failure to register as a sex offender and failure to have or secure, it looks like an ID, a Class 6 felony.
What was the last one?
Sex offenders have to make sure that they have a valid ID. You have to go, it doesn't have to be a driver's license, you have to have an ID.
Okay.
So those are the two charges. The court has found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender. The grand jury set a bond in the amount of $2,500. That's a secured appearance bond. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date is going to be a not guilty arraignment on April the 17th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back in the room.
Over here, take his paperwork, and have to take a seat in the black chair.
All right, before we go and, oh, caramba, Jesus. Before we go do the house calls, I've got like 4, yeah, we're off the record. All right. Please be seated. All right, this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April the 10th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. If you're the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you're advised you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a determination on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who's convicted of causing your loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, we're going to proceed in the following manner this morning. We're going to call two people at a time. The first person is going to come and stand at the podium. The second person will sit in the chair right by the door. The first person we're going to see this morning is Stephen Jurgel, followed by Adam Yava. Mr. Jurgel, come up and stand at the podium, please. Sir, please state your name.
Stephen Virgil,
And your date of birth.
12066.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a probation violation warrant. The court finds you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. There's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case would be a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
I've been in Arizona since 6 years, and I went a total of 3 days without meth. And those 3 days I was in the hospital 3 years ago. I don't understand how I can have any kind of legal binding contract with any judge to get probation, to do a plea. I told my lawyer I wanted to take it to trial.
Okay, well, sir, your time for that has passed. You can file a post-conviction relief petition. You have 20 days in which to file an appeal. But if you enter into a plea, the only avenue for any type of appellate relief is PCR, or post-conviction relief.
I don't remember doing anything.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's nothing that I can do anything about today. So I've told you your next court date. Yeah, you can step back over there. The officer will hand you some paperwork.
Okay.
Mr. Yava will be followed by Melinda Garibay. Sir, step up to the podium, please, and tell me your name and date of birth.
Adam Yeva, 7392.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a municipal court warrant for failing to appear on the charges of possession of drug paraphernalia. The court finds you to be indigent. Counsel will be appointed to the next court date pursuant to Rule 6.1B. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $500. If bond is posted, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona, and you're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the Wickenburg Town Court on April the 15th at 9 a.m. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back over there. Ms. Garibay will be followed by Heriberto Moreno. Ma'am, please state your name
Melinda Garibay,
and your date of birth.
11/25/1983.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're here on 2 probation violation matters. On number 7, on both cases, the public defender is appointed to represent you. On number 7 on the calendar, the judge, when they issued the probation violation warrant, set a bond of $750. So bond on that case is $750. On number 8, the bond is $250. On both cases, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You are not to leave the state of Arizona. You are to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you are to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on both of these cases is a revocation arraignment hearing in the Downtown Superior Court on April the 16th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these two cases?
Your Honor, I really, really messed up by going back and trying to, how can I say, fix my relationship with my significant so-called other. And I really, really, I really messed up this time because little did I know that he was going to go and try to get his revenge on and put me back in jail. It was really, really bad. For him to go and break my phone knowing that I had to go and contact my probation officer and telling me bad, negative stuff, I had to give up my phone. You know what I'm saying?
You've been reinstated on the one case 4 times.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You've been sentenced to jail. When you got out, you didn't report. That was in February that you didn't report.
I did report to her. As soon as I got out, the same day.
Okay. It says that you did not report as directed on February 9th, 2026. You failed to report to the probation department within 72 hours of release from residential treatment. Ma'am, like I said, you've been given ample opportunities on probation. The bonds that have been set are very reasonable.
Yeah, they are.
So I've set the release conditions. The officer will hand you some paperwork.
Okay.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Moreno will be followed by Ronald, Chmielewski. Sir, your name, please.
Heriberto Moreno.
And your date of birth.
10/26/1997.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on 4 separate probation violation matters. On all of the cases, it's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On each case, you have a separate bond of $300 on each case. On each of the cases, the release conditions are the same. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 24 hours of your release. Your next court date on all 4 of your cases is a revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
Does it show why those violations are
Let's see. The petitioner revoked says you failed to participate in substance abuse counseling on February 8th, 2026. Purpose healing discharged the defendant for failing to attend and participate in residential treatment. Term 5, you did not reside in a residence approved by the probation department. And those are all things you can bring up with your attorney, but those are some of the allegations against you, sir. All right, the officer will hand you some paperwork with the release conditions and the court date on them. All right, Mr. Chmielewski will be followed by Richard Jaime, sir, your name, please.
Rado Shaleski.
And your date of birth.
4/29/67.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 cases. Number 18, probation violation. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond of $100. On that case, if you post the bond of $100, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. And you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on that case is a probation revocation arraignment hearing on April the 16th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Number 19 is a new Superior Court case. charging you with possession of dangerous drugs of Class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause as to that count, strike that. They did not test the drugs, so the court did not find probable cause. That does not mean that this drug case is going away. It just means right now I don't have enough information to hold you on that case. You have a bond on your probation case. On this case, you'll be released on your own recognizance. Your next court date on that case is a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back over there. Richard Jaime will be followed by Nicholas Samando.
Take your hoodie off.
Sir, state your name, please.
Richard?
Wow.
Richard Jaime,
All right. And your date of birth?
November 23rd, 1992.
All right. Sir, you have a new justice court case charging you with criminal trespass in the second degree, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Okay.
At this point, I'm not appointing counsel because of the nature of the offense. It doesn't call for counsel. On this case, you're going to be released on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the trespassing, so you're not to go back there. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case will be an arraignment hearing in the South Mountain Justice Court on April the 29th at 9 a.m. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can stand over there. Mr. Samando will be followed by Ricky Gordon. Sir, your name, please.
Nicholas Samando,
And your date of birth.
12/09/2006.
All right, sir, you've been charged with one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. At this point, the court's not going to appoint counsel because of the nature of the offense. You are going to be released on your own recognizance. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You continue to reside in an address you provide the court. Your next court date on this case will be an arraignment hearing on May the 5th at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ricky Gordon will be followed by Nicole Leah. What?
Hold off on Ricky Gordon for a moment.
All righty.
Ms. Gordon, can you have a seat, please?
All right.
So, this one, right, it's all one case. But here's what the Hacienda, and the other charges that are surprise. So, yeah, so I'm gonna have to look it up on our end, see if this.
Looks like number 12 was vacated, or we had two cases original.
I'm gonna go log in and I can pick it right there, and try to figure it out real fast.
All right.
You did have another case that surprised me.
But it's weird because it's like, there's no one number, no case number for there, but this PF number has all those charges for, and this one is a Superior, not a Hacienda. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they probably just threw the misdemeanors on with the Superior Court case, would be my guess. Just merge the two. Since you can do misdemeanors in Superior Court, you just can't do felonies in.
Right. Yeah, so that's, I'm just trying to clear that way, there won't be any release errors.
All right, that's fine. You go do your
Yeah,
stuff.
just let me take a look and then we'll just go from there.
Let's do Nicole while we're waiting. Nicole Leah. State your name, please.
Nicole Denise Lee.
Yeah. All right. Ma'am, you've been charged with one count of assault of Class 1 misdemeanor. On this case, I find you to be indigent. Counsel will be appointed at the next court date. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but you're You're gonna have to find someplace else to stay while this case is pending.
Yeah, I live at my house with my husband and my
All right,
kids.
so this happened at your mom's house?
Yeah, this happened at my mom's, yeah.
All right, so you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime while this case is pending. You're not to have any contact with the victim while this case is pending. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address provided the court. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on May the 5th at 1:30 in the Surprise Municipal Court. We'll give you some paperwork with the court date on it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, I'm going to do the record on the house calls. On the two house calls, number 2, the court's inclination is a $5,000 secured appearance bond with electronic monitoring. On number 9, the court's inclination is a $500 bond. If the court does not follow its inclination on those two house calls, the court will come back on the record and make whatever corrections are necessary.
There's no number, so that's not.
Hi, Purpose Commissioner Peterson, IA Court. Are you ready to be sworn in on your warrant? Do you swear affirm the information contained in the warrant affidavit is true and correct, that's your personal knowledge and information belief? Okay, I'm going to grant the search warrant question. Officer Bates, Commissioner Peterson, IA Court. Are you ready to be sworn in on your warrant? Do you swear affirm the information contained in the warrant affidavit is true and correct, that's your personal knowledge and information belief? All right, I'm going to grant the motion, sir.
All right, Your Honor? Yeah. So you're gonna go ahead and, condense all these cases on the one for Superior Court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that way, when it comes to, for his PSA, when I relay the message back there, that it's gonna be condensed to one, that the surprise, cases will go on the same PF number.
Okay, sounds good to me.
All right. I just wanted to double check, that's all. I don't want any more delay for him.
All right.
Thank you.
We ready to call it then?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gordon, step forward, please. Sir, state your name and date of birth, please.
Ricky Gordon, 12/30/1991.
All right, sir, you've been charged with one count of threatening, intimidating, a Class 6 felony, one count of interfering with an educational institution by making a threat, a Class 6 felony, one count of having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle, a misdemeanor, one count of resisting arrest with passive resistance, a misdemeanor, and one count of failing to obey a police officer, Class 2 misdemeanor. At this point, the court does find probable cause as to those counts. The court does find you to be indigent and appoints the public defender to represent you. You are going to be released to pretrial services. You'll need to contact them and keep in contact with them, but you won't have to post a bond in order to get out. I'm going to go over some of the release conditions with you. They'll all be in writing. They're all very important. Firstly, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, so you cannot go to that school until this case is resolved. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You're to continue to provide court proof your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on April the 24th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 28th. But what you need to do is make sure you report to pretrial services. You'll be given an envelope about how to do that.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you make your court date on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Right. So, come on, around, let's fund you those.
All right, and then we'll see Mr. Durham once. Thank you, officer. Sir, state your name, please,
Eugene Vincent Durham III,
and your date of birth.
January 21st, 1989.
All right, sir, you're here on two cases. The first is the felony charge of being a sex offender without registering an ID. It's a Class 6 felony. The court does find probable causes to that count. The court finds you to be indigent and it's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If bond is posted, you are not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state of Arizona. You're to continue to provide court proof your local address. Your next court date in that case is a status conference on April the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on April the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 5 is a justice court warrant. On that case, the charges are shoplifting, Class 1 misdemeanor, and misdemeanor drug paraphernalia. On that case, order appointing the public defender pursuant to Rule 6, the Maricopa County Public Defender pursuant to Rule 6.1B. Bond on that case is set in the amount of $300. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your court date on that case is an arraignment hearing on April the 15th at 8:30 in the El Centro Justice Court. Do you have any questions about these two cases, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, now I've already made my record on the 2 house calls, so with that, we'll be adjourned on the 5 a.m. calendar.
I was like, if you guys want to bring them in, I can. All right. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on April 10th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. We will also go over the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could start with Mr. Alexander to the podium and Mr. Chariz to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Jaron Alexander, April 4th, 2007.
And can you repeat your date of birth?
April 5th, 2007, my bad.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated robbery, Class 3 felony, and 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon while under the age of 21, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $50,000. In the event you were to post that bond, you would be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'd be equipped with electronic monitoring, and you'd also have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness, may not possess weapons or alcohol. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Gregorio Chavez to the podium. Reynaldo to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Gregorio Chavez, date of birth is 12/25/90.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll be equipped with electronic monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you may contact law enforcement for 1 civil standby to collect your belongings, and you may not possess weapons or alcohol. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah. Oh, no, sir.
Okay, just up to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Reynaldo to the podium and Ryan to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Reynaldo Aguinaga, July 11th, 1962.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. They are both grand jury warrants that were issued for you. The first grand jury warrant was issued on December 5th of 2025. It has an offense date of April 22nd of 2025. It is for 2 counts of aggravated DUI, your 3rd DUI, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of DUI with an interlock, a Class 4 felony. The second grand jury warrant issued February 11th of 2026. It has an offense date of September 7th of 2025. It is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in these cases, and I'm setting an arraignment hearing April 17th at 8:30 in the morning. That does apply to both of your cases. In your DUI case, you have a cash bond of $20,000. In the pending drug case, you have a cash bond of $5,000. So you have a total bond of $25,000. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you'd have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. And you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be included in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Ryan to the podium and Arturo to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Ryan Quatso, 10287.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 4 counts of narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, 3 counts of transporting narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony, 2 counts of using electronic communications during a drug transaction, Class 4 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. You have a cash bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You may not possess weapons. You may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Arturo to the podium. Christopher to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Arturo Reyes, 12/23/2001.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 2 cases. You're here on a new case as well as a warrant that was issued for you. Your new charges are for 1 count of discharging a firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving a weapon or a dangerous instrument, a Class 6 felony. I'm finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference in this case on April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. Those are going to be in the downtown Superior Courthouse. You have a second case on the calendar. That is a warrant from the Tolleson Municipal Court for a previous DUI. Looks like you failed to pay some fines on that case.
I was doing monthly payments on them, and I was going in process of making a new thing because I don't know why, but they haven't sent me the payment to email. But I have been going and talking to them that I want to do the payment, do it again because I have been doing payment plans.
Okay, so they did issue this warrant in May of 2025 for failing to pay. You're going to need to talk to Tolleson Court about any payments you have missing. I'm going to appoint an attorney and set an arraignment hearing. This one will be in the Tolleson Municipal Court on April 20th at 8:30. On your new charges, you do have a secured appearance bond of $10,000. On your Tolleson failure to pay warrant, I'm just putting what's called a placeholder bond. It's a $50 bond. That just ensures that if you don't post bonds, you get credit for time served, you get transported for any hearings. But if you do post the bond on your new charges, you just need to post the additional $50 to get out on the other case. But then, of course, it may be your responsibility to ensure that you attend all of your hearings. I've also included Tolleson's phone number in the paperwork if you want to contact them related to the payments on that case. And then you have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, and then just a release date, I just got to pay the bond to get released, or I get...
If you post the bond, you would be released from custody, and then it would just be your responsibility to go to the hearings and then comply with your release conditions. If you did fail to appear at any hearings, a warrant would issue, and then you'd also lose the bond that you posted, okay? Anything further?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Christopher to the podium and Renee to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Cano, 12/14/76.
Thank you, sir. You are here today because a grand jury warrant was issued on October 6th of 2025. It has an offense date ranging from May 20th of 2025 to August 13th of 2025. It is for 1 count of fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of conspiracy, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of theft, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of illegally conducting an enterprise, a Class 3 felony, and 2 counts of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony. I'm appointing an attorney and setting an arraignment hearing April 17th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $20,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Is there any way to get that reduced bond so I can post bond a little sooner? We do a charity event, and that's my business, and everything's tied in, and we have an event on Saturday. I could post a bond of closer to 10 versus 20.
So the problem we have here today is that this is a grand jury warrant, and what that means is everything is sealed. So I don't have access to any of the information. And so this was previously set. So you were indicted by a grand jury, and then a judge who had the information set this bond at $20,000. So the next opportunity to modify your release conditions would be at your next hearing on April 17th. Once everything is unsealed, your attorney will have the information. The judge hearing the case will have the information. We don't have that information here today. So the bond will remain at the $20,000 today, but when you meet with your attorney on April 17th, if they feel like it's appropriate to make a motion to modify these release conditions, they may do so at that time. But as for today, I don't have any underlying information about these crimes. I just have the warrant that was issued for you.
Got you.
Anything further, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, please take a step to your left and the officer will get you that paperwork. Renee Rodriguez Martinez to the podium. Tark Sosi to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Renee Rodriguez, 10/18/1996.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference, April 16th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 20th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. Did you have a question, sir?
Ma'am, I wasn't at the scene. I was at the animal hospital, and that happened. The argument happened a night before. I know the officer typed that there, and there is no.
So where you can't return is where the allegations that took place that the victim was assaulted. So whatever that location is, that's where you cannot return to. Okay. Anything further?
No. So that means I'm gonna stay in jail till I get to the 16th or 20th.
So you have a bond. If you post the bond, you'd be released. If you don't post the bond, then yes, you would remain in custody until at least your next hearing.
The bond is $5,000, but you're asking for how much?
So it is secured, meaning if you contact a bail bonding company, they typically require 10% plus collateral. You'd have to contact the different bail bonding companies to see their exact requirements, but that's typically the average.
500?
500 would be 10% of 5,000, yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
If it's up to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Tark Sosi to the podium. Felipe Torres to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Tark Raymond Sosi, 12/12/94.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, April 16th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 20th at 8:30.
Okay.
You do have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, at the time when I was at the scene, before the cops had pulled up, I already had surrendered, and they put force on me and brutalized me and injured me. And I woke up in the hospital not knowing what happened, only in my boxers. And I tried to do the right thing and just surrender because I didn't know what was going on. I was confused. So the assault part, I wasn't trying to do that, but I was just trying to protect myself because I was confused. I didn't know what was going on. I was drinking that night.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop you there, and the only reason I'm going to do that is because you don't have your attorney here today.
Yeah.
So I don't want you saying too much about the facts of your case. The assault relates to allegations that you punched somebody at the store, not related to the police department. The resisting arrest would be related to that.
Okay.
However, it sounds to me like you're telling me you may have a defense as it relates to that and that you may have received some injuries from that. Talk to your attorney about that. They'll be able to give you some information as it relates to a defense to this case as this case moves forward through the court, as well as any additional things you need to do as it relates to that.
All right.
But since your attorney's not here and this is being recorded, I don't want you to say too much until you talk to that attorney,
Thank
okay?
you. Yeah, thank you.
Step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir.
All right. The bond is $5,000.
Yes, sir.
So other than that, if I don't pay the bond, then I can't leave.
Correct. If you don't post bond, you'll remain in custody. They'll transport you to the hearings. If you do post bond, you'll need to ensure that you get yourself to those hearings.
Yes.
Because if you were to fail to appear, a warrant would issue, and then you'd lose the bond you post.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Felipe Torres to the podium and Jaded Shepard to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Felipe Torres, 6387.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I am appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing April 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, is there a way I can get OR? Because I have the money, but I can't get to it, and nobody can get to my money. It's out there, and my mom's in Mexico, so I can't get a hold of her. And I was just seeing if I can get an OR, and I could just pay when I get out there.
So you typically can't post bond after you've been released. The allegations do include that you have not been complying with your probation officer since approximately November of 2025.
No, I was, and she just told me, because I was at work, and she still wanted me to go check in or meet her where we meet up at, and I told her there's no way, because I get off of work at 5. And if she would have told me the day before, then I would have made a, I would have made arrangements to go see her, but I told her I can go see you tomorrow, like the next day, and she just never replied back to me. But I still kept checking in after that, but she said, and I even wrote the judge for Tempe to see if I can quash my warrant, and I never heard back or anything from it, and I did everything she told me to call the places, and I never heard anything back.
So it does look like, so the warrant is not out of the city of Tempe, it's out of the Superior Court, and it does look like on January 13th of 2026, your probation officer gave you the instructions on who to contact to have the motion to quash filed. That was approximately 3 months ago, and no motion has been filed with the proper court. So because of that, this bond will need to be posted in order to be released from custody, okay?
Okay.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Jaden Shepard to the podium. Guillermo Solano to the chair.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Jaden Joseph Shepard, 12703.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of threat, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 24th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You also must obey the terms of any order of protection or injunction against harassment that may be issued against you.
Okay.
In addition to your paperwork, you're going to get an envelope. You need to read the instructions in the envelope, contact pretrial services within 72 hours of release, and then make sure you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at that next hearing.
Okay.
Did you have any questions?
I'm not on bond now. I'm getting released on my own condition.
You're getting released to the supervision of pretrial services, meaning you will be released, but then you must stay in contact with them.
Right.
If you violate release conditions or don't go to a hearing, then you will be held on bond.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Awesome.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Guillermo Solano to the podium and Mike Hernandez to the chair.
Good morning.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, Guillermo Solano Jr., February 24th, 1994.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on 2 failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. It does look like they both relate to your probation cases. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and set a hearing on April 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $100 in each case for a total bond of $200. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to ensure that you attend all future hearings. If you fail to appear again, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit the bond that you did post. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Mike Hernandez to the podium. Ramon Betsu to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Mike Hernandez, 31595.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of obstructing police, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 24th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You do have written conditions of release. You are not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're also going to need to ensure that you contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release, and then you need to ensure you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at that next
So I'm
hearing.
being released on pretrials?
You'll be released to pretrial services, yes,
Really?
sir. Yes, sir.
For real?
That is my orders.
I give you my word, I will be there if I'm being released today.
Okay, so make sure you attend your hearings, otherwise a warrant will issue, and then you'll be held on
I
bond.
also violated parole.
I did not know you were on parole.
Damn it.
They probably put a hold on you.
But I'm still gonna get released out on pretrial?
Not if you have a hold from parole.
Fuck.
Do you know if parole has a hold on him, officer?
I think
They
so.
probably placed a hold on you.
I think so, because I had a warrant.
Oh, you already had a warrant with them?
Yeah, I had a
Okay.
warrant.
So then you'll probably be taken to go see a judge for parole. I don't know what will happen there. So even though I may have released you, if you're on parole, then they're going to just let you go see the judge for your parole office. So you wouldn't be released on everything if you have a warrant from parole.
So I'm not going today.
So what I think we probably need to do then, if you have a hold from parole, is, officer, do you know if I were to put a placeholder bond on this case, would they still let him go see for his parole hearing first? I don't see a hold on here.
Oh, so I'm good.
Okay.
So I'm good.
Not necessarily. When you get to the back, they may show a hold in the computer.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I can see anything. So your booking does indicate there is a parole hold.
There is?
Yeah, parole violation warrant hold.
Mm-hmm.
So you are correct. So even though I may be releasing you, it sounds like you're going to have to go see a judge as it relates to your parole
Well,
violation.
I'm going back to prison, right?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know any of the underlying information as it relates to that, but they will be making the decision as to whether or not they're going to revoke your parole and send you back to the Department of Corrections. My concern is if I release you and then you are taken to go see the parole board,
Will it violate one of my...
then you'll fail to appear at your hearing as well.
Yeah.
So what I'm inclined to do is change my release conditions and put a $50 placeholder bond on this case. What that does is it ensures that you get transported for your hearings.
Mm-hmm.
If parole releases you, all you'd have to do is post a $50 bond to get released from custody, but it avoids you getting a failure to appear warrant on this case.
Okay.
So let me change these because of that. So what I'm going to do, okay. That'll change your hearing dates to April 16th and April 20th at 8:30. Again, if you see the parole board and you are released, then you would just post the $50 on this case in order to get...
How do I know if I'm going to see a parole board?
The officers in the back will have more information as to whether or not you're going to have to see the judge here on April 16th first, or whether or not the parole board is going to see you. But again, they did place a hold, so they wouldn't release you anyways.
Yeah.
So, all right. So the new hearings, April 16th and April 20th. If you'll take a seat in the gallery, they'll get you that paperwork.
Oh, thank you.
Ramon to the podium and Brian to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Ramon Batui, August 23rd, 1988.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You're here on a new case as well as a probation violation. Because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on a term 1 probation violation. Your new charges are for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of burglary, a class 5 felony. Hold on, I'll give you an opportunity to speak at the end, okay? And then you're here on the term 1 probation violation warrant. For purposes of today's hearing, I'm not finding probable cause for the burglary charge.
Okay.
I do believe they meant to put attempted burglary, however, that is not the charge, so I'm only finding probable cause for the dangerous drug possession. It doesn't mean that other charge is dismissed. They may include the attempted, or they may update the paperwork. So although I'm not finding probable cause today as it relates to my release conditions, it doesn't mean that they're not going to move forward with some sort of charge. I'm still going to appoint an attorney to represent you in both cases. That would be your new charges as well as your probation case, and you're going to have 3 hearings coming up. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing, April 16th at 8:30, a status conference, April 24th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of your adult probation officer, but you do have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You must attend all these hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Did you have any questions?
Yes. Am I getting released today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything further?
No.
If you please take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. And can we please hold on before we call in the next person? I'm going to take a brief recess. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab water. Gentlemen, no problem. Okay, I apologize for that quick recess. Are we still on the record? Thank you. Can I have Brian to the podium and Tanner to the chair? Can I get your name and date of birth?
Brian Bermudez, January 1st, 2008.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 2 counts of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 24th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at these hearings. You do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You also need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your next hearing.
No.
Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Tanner to the podium, and Lucas to the chair.
Hello.
Can I get your name and date of birth?
Tanner Kenneth Hug, 1594.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference April 24th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear. I'll give you an opportunity to speak at the end,
I apologize.
You do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume alcohol. And you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork. You also need to ensure that you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at your next hearing.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
Yes, is my license suspended currently?
So
Even though that I took the drug test and the breathalyzer for it? I'm just curious.
Are you asking me if it was suspended?
Yes.
So I don't have anything indicating it was
That it was
suspended.
okay.
Sometimes when you are arrested on a charge such as DUI, the Department of Motor Vehicles will administratively suspend your license. However, they will send you a notice.
Down the road or
Yes,
of some
so you
sort,
just
okay.
need to make sure you follow up with that.
So-
I'm not judicially suspending it, but that doesn't mean they won't administratively suspend it in the future.
Right, so on Monday, I'm going to a 30-day inpatient rehab. Is that going to be an issue?
Are you able to leave and attend that hearing on April 24th?
Yes, it's close by, it's here in town.
As long as you're able to leave the facility and go to the hearing, that's okay.
Okay,
I just can't reset these hearings any further out than they currently are. So that would be the only thing that would become a problem, is if you couldn't go to those hearings.
that's fine, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lucas Glenn to the podium, Isaac Garcia to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Lucas Baugh, 06/02/2004.
Do you also go by the last name of
No,
Glenn?
that is incorrect. That's my middle name.
Oh, so it's Lucas Glenn Baugh? Okay. Let me just edit that. So they have Baugh as your middle name, but that's the last name?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it Glenn, Glenn?
Yeah.
All right. And can you just repeat your date of birth one more time, make sure I have that correct?
June 2nd, 2004.
All right. Thank you so much. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of racing exhibition of speed, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. This hearing will take place in the Goodyear Municipal Court on April 29th at 1 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then just make sure you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Did you have any questions, sir?
Go, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Isaac Garcia to the podium. And Christopher Russell to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Isaac Garcia, May 5th, 1997.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a warrant from the state of California, and they have indicated that they want to extradite you back as it relates to this case. Did you get an opportunity to review the laminated card that was given to you?
I read this, but I don't want to be extradited.
Okay, so you already know that you don't want to be extradited and you want to have the hearing here in Maricopa County, indicating that you are demanding that the governor of both Arizona and California sign a governor's warrant demanding that you be returned before you do so. That's what you'd like to do? You don't want to agree to be extradited back?
No, I want to stay here for the time being. All my family's here.
Okay, so let me make sure you understand what your options are. So your first option is, which it sounds like you don't want to do it, I just want to tell you what it is you can say, yes, California, I'm ready to go back. If you were to do that, you would be held here in Maricopa County Jail for up to 30 days, giving California an opportunity to extradite you back as it relates to the pending charges you have there. It does look like the charges in this case relate to shooting at an inhabited dwelling house, permitting another to shoot from a vehicle, and criminal street gang activity. Those are the offenses alleged in the petition. In the alternative, if you are not willing to agree to be extradited back, which you're not required to do, you have rights in this case, you could say that you're demanding that the governor of Arizona and the governor of California sign a governor's warrant before you're ordered to be extradited back. In that case, I would set a hearing here in Maricopa County on April 20th at 1:30 p.m. That hearing is civil in nature. So what that means to you is that I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you, but you could hire an attorney to represent you if you would like. You would also be entitled to bond. In this case, you have a $500,000 cash or secured appearance bond. So if you posted that bond, you would be released from custody. But then it would be your responsibility to ensure that you attended all of your hearings here in Maricopa County. If you failed to appear at any hearings here, A warrant would issue here, so now you'd have a warrant in Arizona, you'd have a warrant in California, and you'd lose the $500,000 bond you posted. If you're unable to post that bond, you would remain in custody during the pendency of these proceedings, and those take about 60 to 90 days. So based on that, are you indicating to me that you do not want to waive your rights and you want me to set that hearing on April 20th? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you have a hearing April 20th at 1:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $500,000. Again, if you post bond, make sure you attend these hearings. Otherwise, a warrant will issue for your arrest.
I won't
okay?
post bond.
Okay. If you'll take a seat in the gallery, they'll bring out that paperwork.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do I have a sheet tape?
And then before we proceed, we will need to clear the courtroom, so we'll just wait a moment until we get that paperwork printed for you. Thank you so much. Can I have Christopher Russell to the podium, please? Can I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Deshaun Russell, 10/26/2005.
Thank you, sir. And can I get the state's appearance for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dawn Sauer on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Sauer. We are here today on a new case. It is for 3 counts of child sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. I'm going to give you some hearing dates and go over any release conditions you may have. But before I do that, I do want to hear from the state. Ms. Sauer, did you have anything you wanted to place on the record?
Your Honor, I do believe the defendant is non-bondable due to being on felony release. Assuming that assessment is correct, I don't have any additional to add, but if the court is not finding that, then I would like to have additional argument.
Thank you, Ms. Sauer. I do agree, based on my review, that he would be non-bondable. And, sir, I'll go over what that means for you. So I'm going to set a few hearings for you. You're going to have a status conference April 16th at 8:30, an evidentiary hearing April 17th at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. And so as we just mentioned that you're non-bondable, what that means is you currently have a case pending already for a different felony charge. Whenever you're out on felony release, if you're picked up on any new felony charges, the law requires you to be held non-bondable. The time set to determine if bond will be set on these charges is that evidentiary hearing on April 17th at 1:30, okay? So that means you will stay in custody until at least that time. Did you have any questions for me?
So when court hits, am I able to show my own evidence through my phone? Because they don't even know what's really going on, and this wasn't even supposed to happen. And I have all the evidence in my phone, and I could go straight to it and show everybody.
Yes, so you're going to have an attorney. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You're going to meet with that attorney on April 16th. Let that attorney know any information you may have. They can get the information from your phone, do warrants, subpoenas, whatever they need to do in order to utilize that information as your defense. Just make sure you inform your attorney of that on April 16th, okay? Yes, anything further, sir?
No, ma'am.
Anything further, Ms. Sauer?
Hang on.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Russell, if you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. The remaining cases will proceed as house calls. I will start with number 24. Ms. Sauer, you're appearing on that one. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Case number 24 is proceeding as a house call due to refusing orders. His name is Dwayne Wilson, date of birth February 19th, 1980, and I do have Ms. Sauer appearing here for the state. We are here on a new case for 1 count of concealing a dead body, a Class 5 felony. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent him. I'm setting a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. And Ms. Sauer, I am inclined to adopt the state's recommendation and set a cash bond in the amount of $500,000 with release to pretrial services to be equipped with electronic monitoring. Is there anything you wanted to place on the record?
Given that, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sauer. So I am setting a cash bond of $500,000. In the event Mr. Wilson posts that bond, he will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. He will have written conditions of release. He may not return to the scene of any alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. No contact with any co-defendants. He may not possess weapons or alcohol, and he may not leave the state of Arizona. Anything to add for release conditions, Ms. Sauer?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sauer. So that does conclude this hearing. I will meet with Mr. Wilson after this recording. If anything changes, I will update the written record. Ms. Sauer, thank you for being here this morning. Feel free to disconnect.
Thank you.
We have a few more house calls. They are due to being unable to function. Case number 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 belong to Jacob Martinez, date of birth June 20th, 1999. He is here today on a new case as well as 4 probation cases. They are all term 1 probation violations based on his new alleged offenses. His new charges are for 1 count of resisting arrest, a class 6 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 1 misdemeanor, and another count of resisting arrest, a class 1 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause and appointing an attorney to represent him in all these cases. He will have a status conference April 16th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing also April 16th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. So he has 2 hearing dates coming up for all 5 cases. On his new case, he does have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. However, he is being held non-bondable on his probation cases, so posting bond will not get him released from custody until he at least has that probation hearing on April 16th at 8:30. Case number 12, Trayvon Reyes, date of birth January 29th, 1991. He is here on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for him. I am going to affirm the attorney previously appointed and set an arraignment hearing April 17th at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event he posts bond and is released from custody, he has written conditions, may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will all be in his paperwork. 17 and 29 are for Christopher Hinkle, date of birth June 1st, 1980. He is here on 2 cases. He is here on a new case, as well as a term 1 probation violation. His new charge is for 1 count of DUI, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of failure to obey a police officer, a class 1 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause on both cases and appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have an arraignment hearing in Peoria Municipal Court on April 14th at 9 a.m. as it relates to his new charges. And on his probation case, he will have a probation revocation hearing April 16th at 8:30. He does have a secured appearance bond of $2,500 on his new charges, $1,000 on his probation case, for a total bond of $3,500. In the event he posts bond and is released, he will have written conditions. He is not to possess or consume alcohol, may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and he must contact his probation officer within 72 hours. This will all be included in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with any of these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
One more time, sir. Had you on mute.
Your Honor, this is our Spanish matter.
Okay. Buenos días, señor. ¿Me puede, por favor, dar su nombre?
Josué Albizu.
Josué Arbizu.
Mr. Arvizu, this is the time for your initial appearance.
Señor Arbizu, es la hora fijada para su comparecencia inicial.
You are here this morning on a warrant that issued out of Pima County Justice Court for a December 2024 charge of shoplifting.
El día de hoy se encuentra presente porque tuvo una orden de arresto de la Corte de Justicia del Condado de Pima de diciembre 2024 por hurto de tiendas.
As well as a new charge of disorderly conduct that is a misdemeanor domestic violence offense.
Y también de un nuevo cargo de alteración del orden público, que es un delito menor, que es un delito de violencia doméstica.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene el derecho a guardar silencio, todo lo que usted diga se puede y se usará en su contra.
You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney will be appointed on your behalf.
Tiene el derecho a contratar su propio abogado y bajo ciertas circunstancias se puede nombrar uno a su favor.
I am going to determine your conditions of release today.
El día de hoy voy a determinar sus condiciones de libertad.
I have reviewed the probable cause statement for the new charges.
Ya he revisado la declaración de motivo justificante para los nuevos cargos.
I have also reviewed the warrant.
También revisé la orden de arresto.
And information provided about you by pretrial services.
Y información con respecto a usted que fue proporcionada por el Departamento de Servicios previos al juicio.
If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your future court dates?
Si yo ordeno que lo dejen salir en libertad el día de hoy, bajo palabra que usted va a regresar y estar presente en sus próximas audiencias en la corte, ¿usted promete venir a sus audiencias en la corte?
Sí.
Ordered that you could not have any contact with Rosa Nicholson until further order of the court, would you abide by that order?
Y si yo ordeno que no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con Rosa Nicholson, a menos que tenga una orden jurídica, ¿usted promete cumplir con eso?
Sí.
Yes.
On your warrant out of Pima County Justice Court, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for court.
En la orden de arresto de la Corte de Justicia del Condado de Pima, voy a ordenar que lo dejen de salir bajo palabra que promete regresar a corte, a sus audiencias.
As conditions of your release, you may not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim of the shoplifting, and you may not return to the incident location.
Con las condiciones de libertad no puede poseer ningún tipo, ni tomar ninguna bebida alcohólica, ni drogas ilícitas, no puede tener contacto con la presunta víctima, donde sucedió el incidente de la ratería de tiendas, ni ir al lugar del incidente.
Your next court date will be on May 11th at 3 p.m. at Pima County Justice Court.
Su próxima audiencia va a ser el 11 de mayo a las 3 de la tarde en la Corte de la Justicia del Condado de Pima.
If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Si usted no se presenta en corte, se va a emitir una orden por su arresto.
On your Tucson City Court disorderly conduct charge, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear.
En su cargo de la Corte de la Ciudad de Tucson por alteración al orden público, también voy a ordenar que lo dejen salir en libertad bajo promesa que se va a presentar en sus audiencias.
You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence.
Usted no puede poseer ni consumir ninguna bebida alcohólica o drogas ilícitas, ni puede cometer ningún tipo de acto de violencia doméstica.
You may not have contact with Rosa Nicholson or go to her residence or workplace.
No puede tener contacto con Rosa Nicholson, ni ir al lugar donde ella vive, ni a donde ella trabaja.
And your next court date in Tucson City Court will be on May 19th at 1:30 p.m.
Y su próxima audiencia en la Corte de la Ciudad de Tucson va a ser el 19 de mayo a la 1:30 de la tarde.
That will be an arraignment with Judge Millian.
Esto va a ser una lectura de cargos con la juez Millian.
And this is also your arraignment in this case, so I will let you know that if you fail to appear, not only can a warrant issue for your arrest, but the hearings can also go forward without you.
Esto también es el día de hoy también es su lectura de cargos, una audiencia de lectura de cargos, entonces le voy a informar que si no se presenta en sus próximas audiencias, además de que se puede emitir una orden por su arresto, las audiencias se pueden llevar a cabo aunque usted no esté presente.
That includes your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal.
Eso incluye su juicio. El juicio puede proceder y si lo declaran culpable y usted no está presente para recibir su condena 90 días después de haber sido declarado culpable, puede perder sus derechos a una apelación.
I will enter pleas of not guilty on the new charge. You are presumed to be innocent.
Voy a sentar declaraciones de no culpables en el nuevo cargo. Se presume que usted es inocente.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, sir?
¿Usted entiende las consecuencias si no se presenta en la corte, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Gracias, señor. Eso es todo por el día de hoy. Ya se puede retirar.
Señor.
Your Honor, jail here. Just so that the court is aware, Mr. Lopez is at another court and Mr. Peterson has refused to come today.
Do we think Lopez will be available before we're finished, or do you want me to continue him to the evening session?
To the evening session, Your Honor, he will not be available.
All right, I will continue Mr. Lopez to the evening session, and I will continue Mr. Peterson to the evening session. Mr. Peterson is not permitted to refuse to attend.
Your Honor, may the Spanish interpreter be excused?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter is disconnecting.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Jessica Dixon.
Ms. Dixon, you are here this morning on a misdemeanor warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges from March of 2026 of criminal trespass. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. I'm going to set your conditions of release. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes.
And if I ordered that you could not return to the incident location, would you abide by that order?
I'm kind of confused on the incident location.
So the place that you were alleged to have trespassed, I don't have the full information available, but that's the location I would be telling you couldn't return to.
Okay.
So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No contact with the alleged victim, and do not return to the location. Your next court date will be on May 5th at 9 a.m. with Judge Cornejo at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Dixon?
I mean, besides not knowing what location or what this is about, yeah.
All right. That's all for today. Oh, yeah. Mhm. Please state your name.
Thomas Russell Hurls.
Mr. Hurls, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree and burglary in the second degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the warrant that was issued for your arrest, as well as information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know whether you have any prior felony cases. It lets me know about your ties to the community and pretrial services assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on the warrant amount of $15,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Honor, I would just note that the defendant has a significant criminal history and is currently on four probation cases. So there is a risk for the defendant to be a flight risk or reoffend.
Thank you. And I'll just double check with the jail that no probation holds have been entered.
That is the second, Your Honor.
All right, but it looks like, let me just double check something else. All right. And defense.
Well, I think the lack of holds signifies the lack of concern about flight on the other cases. As far as this immediate case, 20 years in the community, but has no hold, and so a high bond would be disproportionate. We're asking for a lower bond.
I will order, Mr. Hurls, that you're held on a bond of $10,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And I'll set your arraignment for April 17th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Hurls?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Early, sure.
Please will go around the court session, have a seat, protected. Sir, have a seat. And go up there. You're amazing. Going on to the next thing.
Please state your name.
Cody Urbizo.
Right, Mr. Arbizo, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct and assault. Those are domestic violence misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as the information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes.
And if I were to order that you could not have any contact with the alleged victim, Nicole Gaynor, until further order of the court, would you abide by that order?
Yes.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. No contact with Ms. Gaynor. Do not go to her residence or workplace. If you were living there, you may return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary personal belongings. And then you must establish an alternate address. Your next court date is going to be on May 5th before Judge Cornejo at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Arbizo?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Thank you.
Mr. Logan?
Good morning. Please state your name.
Charles Loggins.
Mr. Loggins, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a warrant that issued in February on charges from August of 2024 of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the warrant as well as a little bit of information that was provided that lets me know that you are also being held on a probation hold. So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you won't actually be released from custody until your probation hold is resolved. I am going to order in this case that you are released on your promise to appear for court. Your next court date will be on May 11th at 3 p.m. That will be a case management conference at Pima County Justice Court. You may not drive without a valid license. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. And I am appointing Amanda Bynum to represent you. I believe she was previously appointed to represent you in this case. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all for today.
Thank you. Here you go, sir. Sir.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good day. The hearsay name is Bruce Griggs. My national tribal is Kotaki Bay. KOTA-KI-BY.
Sorry, I got KOTA?
Yes.
And then what?
Dash hyphen KI hyphen BEY.
All right. And then the
hearsay name is, well, it's a hearsay name.
Bruce?
Yes,
Griggs.
Bruce. Well, there's a D in there, D, middle initial.
Okay. And Griggs is Griggs?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. You are here this morning on charges out of Pima County Justice Court that include making a false report to law enforcement, obstruction, and speeding. That last one is a civil traffic offense. The first two are misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the
Understood.
right to be you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney can be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I also need to ask you for your date of birth, sir.
02 from what I recollect, 02/29, 68. They had it wrong on the identification on one of the ones I had. Got two nation IDs, but apparently one of the IDs had the wrong date on it.
All right, thank you very much.
And I told the officer there was no intention to mislead him or nothing. I told him everything on the scene. I told him I had a government hearsay name. He didn't. As soon as I said hearsay, he just shut the conversation down. Didn't want to hear it. So I didn't intentionally obstruct anything. And I was like, well, I'll wait till I go to court.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I appreciate
You're doing great.
your candidness this morning. And
I just want to be honest, Your Honor. That's all.
if I order that you're released on your promise to appear for court, are you going to appear for your future court dates?
Oh, of course.
All right.
Of course. I'd like to conclude all business.
Great.
Leave nothing open. It's the best way.
So I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for court, and your next court date will be on May 5th at 9 a.m. That'll be with Judge Steele at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
I do. Now, what kind of hearing is that? Would that be the actual hearing, or is that a jurisdictional hearing, or I don't know how it goes.
It's going to be
I know the jurisdiction. So is this the jurisdictional hearing?
Well, today is your initial appearance. So it's where I tell you why you're being held in custody and I decide your conditions of release. And then at the arraignment, the judge, again, makes sure you're aware of your charges. They make sure you're aware of your rights and the full array of consequences of failing to appear for court and determine whether they should appoint an attorney. Okay?
Okay, that's all this is for. So the other stuff will come later. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I just love my rights. I stand up for my rights.
At the arraignment,
that's why I'm here.
At the arraignment, you'll also get to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Okay?
Or innocent or something like that. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Good luck, sir. That's all for today.
Okay, so that's it. And the court date is May 5th at 9 a.m. Correct?
Exactly right.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you.
Miss Ash.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Lily Ash.
Ms. Ash, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a charge of domestic violence assault. That's a misdemeanor offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release, Ms. Ash. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as some information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I ordered that you could not have any further contact with Aiden Slocum until further order of the court, would you abide by that order?
Absolutely.
All right. So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the incident location. If that is where you were living, then you may return one time with a police escort to obtain your personal belongings, and then you must establish an alternate address. Your next court date will be May 19th at 1:30. That's before Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and actually, I think I may have misunderstood. Is Aiden, was he your roommate?
No,
No? Okay.
he
Were you all,
just crashed.
excuse me?
He just crashed there at my house.
Were you just friends, or was there a romantic relationship?
There was a romantic relationship.
Okay, all right, then I did get that right. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brady.
Please state your name.
Tyrone Douglas Brady.
All right, Mr. Brady, this is your initial appearance. You are here on warrants that issued in a number of cases out of Tucson City Court. Looks like 1, 2, 3, about 7 or 8 different files. The charges include unlawful possession of prescription drugs, drug paraphernalia, solicitation, trespass, and multiples of those same charges. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the files, and I have also reviewed a request from Judge Hale that you be held on a $1,000 bond today. Looking over the history of the cases, it does appear appropriate. So I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $1,000, cash or secured. If you are able to post your bond and be released, then you must abide by your previously ordered conditions of release. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be a video review hearing on April 17th at 1:45. If you have posted your bond before then and you are released, then instead your court date will be May 13th at 9 a.m. Either way, it's at Tucson City Court before Judge Hale. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Brady?
Yes.
That's all for today.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Mr. Manuel Berciaga.
Mr. Burciaga, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on several charges out of Tucson City Court. They include threats or intimidation, assault, criminal damage, and 3 counts of disorderly conduct. Those are all domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, ma'am. I have a car. I have a job. I have added enough, so like I would not miss my court date.
I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date will be on May 19th. That'll be at 1:30 in the afternoon before Judge Millian for a domestic violence arraignment. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Signage.
Please state your name.
Destiny Cañas.
Ms. Kanya, this is your initial appearance on 2 counts of disorderly conduct, which is a misdemeanor domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date will be on May 19th at 1:30 at City Court. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
I do.
All right. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today.
Your Honor.
Mr. Granillo.
Please state your name.
Arnold Granillo.
Mr. Ganil, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of assault and 3 counts of disorderly conduct. Those are all domestic violence misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement as well as information provided by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I ordered that you could not have any contact with Georgina Garcia and the 2 minor children, would you abide by that order?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to their residence or workplace. If you were living there, you can return 1 time with a police escort to obtain your belongings, and then you must establish an alternate address. You may not have any unsupervised contact with minors. And your next court date will be on May 19th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That will be with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. And do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Gunillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Thank you.
Ms. Meyer.
Please state your name.
Laura Meyer.
Ms. Meyer, this is your initial appearance on a warrant out of Tucson City Court on charges of assault and disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the file as well as the most recent minute entry from Judge Mayhew indicating that you do not appear when out of custody and asking that you be held on a bond of $500. I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500 that will be cash or secured. If you are able to post your bond and be released, then You must abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be a video review hearing on April 17th at 1:45. And if you have been released before then, they will vacate that court date, and instead your court date will be May 5th at 2:30. Either way, that will be before Judge Mayhew at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Meyer? All right, that's all for today. Oh, I think she does have one. I just didn't say it. Yeah. It says it on the calendar anyway. And yep, probation is what it actually is, according to this.
Let's see.
Please state your name.
Valencia.
Mr. Valencia, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a number of charges out of Tucson City Court. They include assault, criminal trespass, resisting arrest, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, and then another criminal trespass, disorderly conduct, shopping cart removal, criminal damage, resisting arrest, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement for the new charges as well as the files for the existing charges. And it does appear that you did show up for your previous court date. If I order that you release today on your promise to appear, will you appear at your future court dates?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not have contact with the alleged victims of the shopping cart, disorderly conducts, criminal damage, or criminal trespass offenses. You may not return to those incident locations. I will consolidate this case with your traffic offense, and I'm going to vacate the hearing. Well, no, I'm not. It's going to be the same day and time as you already have set. And you must also abide by any previously ordered conditions of release on these charges. Your next hearing will be on May 5th at 2 p.m. with Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, the warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Valencia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will enter pleas of not guilty on the new charges. That is all for today.
Okay.
I will.
Mr. Woodward.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Daniel Thomas Wilburn.
Mr. Wilburn, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented. Well, you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the interim complaint, and it looks like you are also being held on a probation hold. So regardless of what I ordered in this case this morning, you would not be released unless your probation hold was resolved. I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear in this case. So if you are released in your probation, this will not hold you in custody. and you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. Your next court date will be scheduled for May 15th at 9 a.m. with Judge Cranshaw at Tucson City Court. If you are still in custody on your probation hold, that will be a non-transport review. And if you have been released, it will be a pretrial conference. It'll be your responsibility to appear. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Wilburn?
Yeah.
All right, I will enter a plea of not guilty on this new charge. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today. Please state your name.
Jesse Gilbert Wimberly.
Mr. Wimberly, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on warrants that were issued on misdemeanor charges of criminal trespass, drug paraphernalia, and solicitation. You also have charges of solicitation, criminal trespass, and removing a shopping cart that were in failure to appear status. You are presumed to be innocent. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented. Well, you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the files, and if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court dates, Mr. Wimberly?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you one more chance for that. I will order you are released on your promise to appear. You must abide by your previously ordered conditions of release, and your next court date will be on May 13th at 9 a.m.
And Justice Court?
No, Tucson City Court.
Okay.
It'll be with Judge Hale for a pretrial conference, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand, Mr. Wimberly?
I understand.
That's all for today.
Thank you.
All right, now for the long haul.
Morning.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Brian Beerbaum.
All right, Mr. Birnbaum, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor, and then you also have misdemeanor warrants out of Tucson City Court on charges of criminal trespass and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and in the felony matter, I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. In the misdemeanor matter, I am appointing the City of Tucson public defender to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. To prepare for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, any assessments or recommendations. It also indicates that you are currently being held on probation violations as well. So you would not be released until those were resolved, regardless of what I ordered in this set of cases. Finally, I have reviewed the county attorney's recommendation, they're asking that you be held on a bond of $10,000 in the new felony charge. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just note the defendant does have a similar offense. It's a little bit older nonetheless. The defendant does have a pattern and a history of possessing weapons as a prohibited. In addition, on those two felony probation violation warrants that have been active since 2025, there is a concern. In addition, the additional failed to appear matters before city court. That's the basis for the higher recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, just because of unemployment, we think that $10,000 is too high of a bond. We think a lower bond would suffice.
Right. All right, on the felony charge, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $7,500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You must submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You must surrender any weapons or any firearms that are in your possession to local law enforcement, and you may not possess firearms. Your next court date for the felony will be on April 20th at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the misdemeanor out of Tucson City Court, I am going to order that you are held on a $200 cash or secure bond. Abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. And your next court date will be April 17th at 1:45 for a video review if you remain in custody. If you're released before then, they'll vacate that date, and instead your court date will be May 13th at 9 a.m. for a pretrial conference. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Birnbaum?
Yeah.
That's all for today.
Mr. Contreras.
Please state your names.
Isaiah Anthony Contreras.
All right, Mr. Contreras, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on two separate charges of unlawful flight from law enforcement. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the probable cause statements. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. Hold on. I don't see it here, but let me look. It looks like you might have. No, I'm only seeing you on these. Okay. The pretrial services information lets me know if you have any prior felony convictions. It lets me know about your ties to the community and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be released to the supervision of pretrial services on both of these charges. Would the state like to be heard any further?
I would just request, Your Honor, if the court's considering releasing him to impose the specific condition for him not to drive without a valid driver's license. It looks like he only has been provided with an ID.
Okay. And defense.
We agree with the state.
All right. So, Mr. Contreras, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to, you are released to the supervision of pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and no driving without a valid license. Your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing. That's on April 30th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. It is likely that court date will change. So do keep in touch with your attorney and pretrial services so that you can be sure you know when you are expected to appear in court. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all for today.
Okay.
Good morning, please state your name.
Alyssa Felix.
Ms. Felix, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on felony charges of aggravated driving under the influence, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent on all charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. And we are going to determine your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the interim complaints describing the circumstances surrounding your charges. I've also reviewed information from pretrial services that lets me know about your felony criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. And finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendations. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $10,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, I will note she does have a pattern and history of sales, and the most concern the state has is the information in the interim complaint on the defendant's state when contact was made.
Thank you.
In advance.
All right, and defense?
Your Honor, when the state talks about a pattern, Ms. Felix was discharged from probation in 2019. So we have 7 years, 6 to 7 years of uninterrupted silence on the criminal record. This is a nonviolent felony level 2. This is only drug related, has housing. So we think that $10,000 is a disproportionate bond that's usually associated with dissimilar acts, and at the very least a nominal bond, but we would recommend release to pretrial services to give Ms. Felix some support and structure.
Ms. Felix, I am going to order today that you're held on a bond of $2,500. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no driving without a valid license. And your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Felix?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today. Good morning, please state your name.
Elias Hernandez.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on several different matters. You have new felony charges of trafficking in stolen property, organized retail theft, burglary in the 3rd degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of a narcotic drug. You also have warrants that were issued on misdemeanor charges, including a September 2025 shoplifting charge That warrant was issued in October of 2025, and then a May 2025 shoplifting charge, the warrant issued at the same time. And you have warrants out of Tucson City Court on charges of criminal trespass, shoplifting, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then another set of those same charges was in failure to appear status. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. In the misdemeanors, you always have the right to hire an attorney of your choice under certain circumstances. An attorney may be appointed for you in those matters. We are going to determine your conditions of release in all matters, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement for the felony. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on the felony matter on a bond of $7,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would note this is a multiple incident report before the court. The defendant is targeting our local businesses. He does have a theft history and also a significant amount of other pending cases with theft-related offenses in different jurisdictions.
And defense.
Your Honor, the theft cases all appear to be related to getting money, because there's not other means to get money, and also the other criminal history that was referred to is drug related. So I think the drug and theft pattern is a familiar one to the court. It's established that Mr. Hernandez is unemployed and homeless. So seeing as the pattern of theft is to fund probably a drug habit, as well as signifies that there's no resources, we think a $7,000 bond is too high, and a nominal bond would suffice.
Thank you. Great. On the felony matter, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $5,000 cash or security. You are released. You'll be released to pretrial services, supervision, monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the victim, do not go to any Walmart location. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on April 20th at 1:30. It's possible that court date will change. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then we will turn to the Justice Court misdemeanors. So on those, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be scheduled on May 5th at 9 a.m. with Judge Foreman at Pima County Justice Court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident locations. And let's see, they can also issue a warrant for your arrest if you fail to appear. And then we'll turn to your Tucson City Court matters. I will order that you are released on your promise to appear on those matters. No alcohol or illegal drugs, and no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass or shoplifting. Do not return to those incident locations. Your next court date will be scheduled for May 15th at 1:30. If you are still in custody on your felony matter, it will be a non-transport review. If you have been released, it will be a pretrial conference, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. It doesn't look like you've had your arraignment on the second set of charges, so I will also let you know that if you fail to appear, the hearings can go forward without you. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. And I will enter pleas of not guilty on any Tucson City Court matters where that has not yet occurred. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, sir?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today. Sorry. Good morning. Please state your name.
Javier James Holman.
Mr. Holman, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, threats and intimidation, 2 counts of that, and criminal damage. The drug charge is a felony. The rest of the charges are misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. It is ordered appointing that you do have the right to be represented. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $10,000. I wanted to check with the jail that there is no probation.
I'm on pro-
At this time, there is not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Your Honor, the state does believe bond is necessary in this case, especially for the threats that were made against the victims. The state does believe there's an ongoing risk to the victim, especially also noting by the court there is a probation case. The defendant was just recently released to probation as of the month of February of this year. There's 2 separate cases. Looks like it's a probation tail. For those reasons, Your Honor, a bond would be recommended.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we believe that release conditions would assuage the state's concerns. We want to note that Mr. Holman is STEPS eligible and he's full-time employed. The recent release is actually a reason that maybe STEPS eligibility on release conditions and some additional structure that we provided through the program would be intervention. That continuing to hold would not.
Thank you. All right.
And Your Honor, he's disqualified for the steps based on the charges.
So my understanding is that, do you mean based on his previous history or the fact that he was charged with something additional besides just a drug and paraphernalia possession?
That, Your Honor, and technically both, just looking at the violent prior history, but most importantly, the fact that it's the drugs and the DV charges all in one interim.
All right. All right. So then,
change.
and is that, just checking, is that specific to the fact that they are domestic violence charges?
Your Honor, he will only be steps if it was only the drug charges before the court, but because there's also involving other charges within, then he's not steps eligible.
Okay. So other folks have regularly interpreted that not to count if the other charges were misdemeanors. So I am going to set the screening hearing just to make sure. So
Your Honor, I apologize, Your Honor. I did verify with our steps unit, and the request was not to set the steps hearing.
all right, thank you. Then I will not set the steps hearing. Okay, so I am going to order, Mr. Holman, that you're held on a bond of $2,500 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to their residence or workplace. Do not return to the incident location. You may return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary personal belongings if you are living there, and then you must establish an alternate address. You also must contact your assigned probation officer on the first working day following your release from custody. Your next court date will be on April 20th at 1:30. And if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Holman?
Yes, ma'am.
All for today. Good morning. Please state your name.
Jose Ruben Jaramillo.
Mr. Jaramillo, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of unlawful flight from a pursuing law enforcement vehicle, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of narcotic drugs. You also have a warrant that was issued out of Pima County Justice Court on misdemeanor charges of theft, possession of drug paraphernalia, and failing to appear for court. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the interim complaint, information provided by pretrial services, and the state's recommendation. The state is recommending that you be released to pretrial services supervision. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Assuming you're on mute.
She is.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Jaramillo, I will order releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. You must submit to any monitoring or treatment directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I will schedule your preliminary hearing for April 30th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's possible that court date will change. Keep in close touch with your attorney and pretrial services, because if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Stay with.
All right. Please state your name.
Kingley.
Mary, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on, it looks like a few different matters. You have warrants out of Tucson City Court on 2 probation revocation matters and 1 warrant for a pre-adjudication shoplifting matter. And then you also have a warrant out of Maricopa County Superior Court for, let's see, charges of fraudulent schemes and practices, theft, and unlawful use of food stamps. Then you have a warrant out of hold on. You have a warrant out of Ajo Justice Court. No, yeah, Pima County Justice Court in Ajo for shoplifting charges. All right. Let me tell you that you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing. Hold on. Oh, actually, the felony is out of Maricopa, so I would not be ordering that you are appointed an attorney in that case. On the misdemeanors, you may have an attorney appointed, but we'll turn to that in a moment. All right. And I believe the county attorney usually does not make a recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And would the defense like to be heard on the out-of-county warrant?
Not on the out of county warrant, simply that we think release is appropriate. Ms. Kingery is 50 years old. There's been no felony activity since the sentence ended in 2017, so we're coming up on 9 years. It's a string of property-related incidents that are low level, related to homelessness, has a lack of transport, no employment. So we think that structure and release is more appropriate than a high bond in this matter.
Thank you. All right. It looks like in this case, the judge, sorry. The Maricopa County judge ordered a bond of $50. I am going to affirm the bond of $50 in the Maricopa County Superior Court case. If you are able to post the bond, then you will have to arrange to appear in Maricopa County. If you are not able to post the bond, then Maricopa County will come take custody of you once you are available for release from Pima County. And I am going to set a review hearing to make sure that we do not lose track of that Maricopa County warrant. That will be on May 11th at 9 a.m. If you have been released either to Maricopa County or on the bond, you do not need to worry about appearing for that hearing because we're not going to hold that hearing. We'll only hold it if you are still here in the Pima County Jail. And then we'll turn to the Ajo Justice Court misdemeanor. And in that case, the court ordered a bond of $150, cash or secured. In that case, I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear, and I am going to give you a court date. That court date will be April 21st at 9 a.m. Abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, don't go to the incident location. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And the Tucson City Court probation revocation matters.
We're almost there.
I am going to appoint, it looks like Gary Grinkowicz previously represented her, so I'm going to appoint him. Or it's oh, okay. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you.
Megan?
And I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Abide by your previously ordered conditions of release or probation. And your next court date will be on May 8th. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, it's going to be that's your date if you post your bond. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be April 17th. But if you are released before then, your court date will instead be May 8th. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand those consequences, Ms. Kingery?
I do.
For today.
Your Honor, you mentioned it was on April 17th for the city court hearing, but what time?
1:30.
1:30, thank you.
She's in custody.
Yeah, yeah. And do we have a court date on the Maricopa Superior Court? I know we have a review hearing for us on May 11th, but do we have a date for the Maricopa?
No, I'm not able to set a date on that. She has to arrange that if she is released on the bond.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Desma?
Please state your name, sir.
Desmond.
Mr. Ledesma, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on new felony charges of burglary in the 3rd degree and possession of burglary tools, as well as theft of a means of transportation. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and any recommendations or assessments. I have also reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $5,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will note, excuse me, the probation violation warrant, but also there's a history of theft of means and the 2nd degree on the defendant's criminal history.
Thank you. And I did fail to state there is a probation halt, so you will not be released today until that's cleared up, regardless of what I order in this case. And defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So he's a lifelong Tucsonan and has lived in the same residence for 10 years now. So there is some stability of structure, however, unemployed and low means. So we think that a lower bond would suffice to incentivize him to participate in court, where he does have structure outside of the jail.
Thank you. Mr. Ledesma, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $2,500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for April 20th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Ledesma?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
That's all for today.
Living good.
Please state your name.
Jennifer Living Good, ma'am.
Ms. Livingood, this is your initial appearance on charges of possession of a narcotic drug. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing Tiffany Huffman Spears. However, it looks like the state is recommending that this charge be dismissed at this time, so I will order dismissing this charge without prejudice, and you will be released today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Is that all? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Is that all? You said it. Oh.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck, Sam.
Ms. Lopez.
Please state your name.
Ivana Lopez.
Ms. Lopez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of theft of means of transportation and burglary in the 3rd degree. You also have a warrant that issued out of Pima County Superior Court on charges of possession of a narcotic drug. That's alleged to have occurred on February 9th of 2025. The warrant issued March 13th of 2026. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. we are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement on the new charges as well as the warrant on the older charge, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know whether you have criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it tells me a little bit about the procedural history of the warrant case. And it contains their assessments and recommendations. Then I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on the warrant bond of $1,000 and on the new charges that you be held on a bond of $10,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would note, excuse me, the summons was mailed to the same street address that she provided as her current address. She failed to appear for her arraignment, even though it was continuing multiple hearings. And then again, the defendant is before the court on a new felony offense. She does have a prior criminal history, which involves probation revocations. For that reason, Your Honor, the bonds are recommended.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, there's an underlying drug charges in the criminal history that's referred to, but as far as the current case before us, we the warrant amount should be 0 because this is a late indictment on that matter. As far as the recommendation of the new matter, we think release of pretrial services would be adequate, but at the very least, a nominal bond, because it's known that Ms. Lopez is homeless and unemployed. The failures to appear are probably related to the failure of to receive knowledge of the hearings and a confusing process. So we think that better communication with pretrial services and a little bit of structure would serve the purposes of bond.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we also like to note that Ms. Lopez's family support does operate housing and transport and is a lifelong Tucson.
All right, on the new charges, I am going to order a bond of $1,500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I will schedule your preliminary hearing for April 20th at 1:30. And then on the warrant case, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and you'll have an arraignment on April 17th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Lopez?
I do.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Sure. I have something for you.
Please state your name.
Boris Mayo.
Mr. Maggio, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a warrant that issued out of Maricopa County Superior Court for charges of aggravated driving under the influence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented in Maricopa County on the charges, and we are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the warrant as well as information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know a little bit about the procedural history of the case, which indicates that you were arrested and released on January 23rd, and then did not appear for a hearing on March 12th. It also lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. I have been directed by administrative order to give highest priority to the bond amounts set by out-of-county judges. The defense like to be heard.
I'm sorry, what was the recommendation for the out of county?
The $1,000 warrant.
Okay. We understand that you're ordered to defer to that, but we do want to note that this is a level 1 non-violent, which under our rules at least have a presumption of pretrial release. He has no other felony history. He has family in Phoenix. He's a full-time employee. So despite the fact that there is that order from out of county, we believe that it would be best to get him back to the county in Phoenix and back to his family structure and defer to our own rules, balancing that out, but at least a lower bond.
Thank you. Great. I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, you will be required to arrange to appear in Maricopa County on these charges. If you stay in custody, the jail will transfer you to the custody of Maricopa County and they will give you a court date. No driving without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm going to set a review hearing here in Pima County. That's just to make sure that you're not still being held here in Pima County on a Maricopa County warrant. That's going to be on May 11th at 9 a.m. If you do not appear in Maricopa County for all of your future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Mr. Molina.
Please state your name.
Okay, Molina.
Mr. Molina, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of aggravated assault with a dangerous instrument and aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know whether you have any prior criminal history. It also lets me know about your ties to the community and any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation, and they are asking that you be held on a bond of $100,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would note the offense also involved an accomplice. In addition, based on the investigation and the interim provided to the court and the parties, it seems like this was a non-provoked assault against the victim, who is currently on life-threatening status. For that reason, Your Honor, a higher bond is recommended. I do acknowledge that the defendant does not have prior convictions. Nonetheless, based on the dangerous nature of the offense, he is facing mandatory prison if convicted.
Thank you. And defense.
Give us one moment, Your Honor. I want to consult on one thing. Your Honor, as far as the nature of the charges, we just want to note that while those are taken into consideration, it's also very early in the process. So there's a lot of things about this case that have not been proven. Those are all to be argued at a later time and evidence reviewed. What we are able to say with confidence now is that Mr. Molina is 18 years old with no priors and a lifelong Tucsonan, no means from being unemployed to afford any bond. So $100,000 is disproportionate, but does have family that would be willing to house him and transport him and provide structure.
Thank you.
So we believe that release to family is appropriate, but if that is not acceptable due to the nature of the charges, then I mean, at the very least, nominal bond, because $100,000 for someone this young with no history is unusual.
Thank you. At this time, I am going to order Mr. Molina that you are held on the bond of $100,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms, you must surrender those to local law enforcement. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. No contact with the family of the victim either. And I will schedule your preliminary hearing for April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Molina?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Jessica Rodriguez.
Ms. Rodriguez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a dangerous drug for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know whether you have criminal history. It lets me know about your ties to the community, and it contains their assessments and recommendations. And can I just check with the jail that there is no probation hold?
Your Honor, there has been a probation hold that was just put in.
So you will not be released regardless of what I order in this case until your probation hold is cleared up. And then I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $20,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would know offenses that as such before the court, they do pose a risk to the community. And the defendant has been granted supervision on her other matter, which it also involves the transport and sales of drugs. Now she's before the court again involving similar offenses. The state believes the higher bond is recommended and needed in this case.
Thank you. All right, and defense.
Your Honor, we believe that with drug offenses such as this, the release conditions can assuage the concerns that the state has for safety. We want to note that this is a level 1 nonviolent offense, which is presumed release to pretrial services, even though there's currently a hold that would prevent that. We think that weighs heavily in the favor of at least a nominal bond. We also want to note that Mr. Rodriguez is a lifelong Tucsonan with family that will provide housing and transport, which is the necessary structure that would enable her better to participate with pretrial services with these release conditions that would address safety concerns. So even though she's not getting released no matter what, I think a nominal bond is appropriate, not to overly burden the family who is willing and eager to support her in this matter.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, I am going to order a bond of $10,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Contact your assigned probation officer on the first working day following release from custody, and your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for April 20th. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryan?
Please state your name.
Joseph Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of sale of a narcotic drug, possession of a dangerous drug for sale, possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, 3 counts of that, and possession of a weapon in a narcotics offense, 3 counts of that. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $50,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor, the state also highlights the defendant's criminal history, which also involves other sales cases and some assaultive violent cases. But most importantly, based on the surrounding information on the interim complaint, a higher bond will be recommended. There's potential other charges coming forward.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we have no failures to appear on the record. This is a level 2 non-violent offense. He has family that are willing to provide custody and transport, as well as 3 dependents, has lived in the same place for 10 years, and is a lifelong Tucsonan. So we believe that release conditions would allow him to continue working full-time as an HVAC technician and address all of the state's concerns.
Great. Mr. Ryan, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $30,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, surrender any firearms that are in your possession. I will schedule your preliminary hearing for April 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Possible that court date will change. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Sanchez?
Great. Please state your name, sir.
Milton Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a dangerous drug for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the interim complaint as well as information provided by pretrial services. It looks like there is a Department of Corrections hold, so regardless of what I order in this case, you will not be released to the community. If you were released in this case, you'd be released to the Department of Corrections. We are going to determine your conditions of release. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $20,000. Would the state like to be heard further? And I think you're muted if you're talking.
Can you hear me, Your Honor? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Your Honor, it's a co-defendant case. The state does not oppose that the court wants to do the $10,000 bond as the other defendant, but I will highlight this defendant also committed a new offense as well on parole violation warrants. He does have an elevated criminal history. There's 8 priors, and for those reasons and the risk to the community based on the charges, the state does recommend a higher bond.
Thank you. And defense.
Your Honor, we just want to, I mean, he's not going to get released anyway. So we think that given that he is unemployed and already not going to be released, 10,000 or 20,000 is disproportionate and approaches punitive because of the nature of the charges. We think that the primary concern should be community safety. So we think that a lower bond with unemployed and already not going to be released, 10,000 or 20,000 is disproportionate and approaches punitive because of the nature of the charges. We think that the primary concern should be community safety. So we think that a lower bond would properly incentivize participation if he does post it, but if not.
Thank you. I do see a number of failures to appear on lower bonds. I am going to order, Mr. Sanchez, that you're held on the bond of $20,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you will be released to pretrial services, monitoring or supervision, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and I'll set your preliminary hearing for April 20th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Please state your name, ma'am.
Anna Shanklin.
Ms. Shanklin, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a warrant out of Marana City Court for charges of possession of drug paraphernalia from October of 2025 and for improper dog handling and failure to have a dog license from June of 2024. There are also several failure to appear charges added on for each of those. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement and the warrants. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations. It looks like you might be eligible for a diversion program in the new drug charges. That is a program that connects you with a substance abuse treatment provider. And if you successfully complete the requirements of the program, it is possible that the state will not go forward with the felony drug charges. I'm going to set a hearing on April 17th at 9 a.m. to determine if you are eligible for that program. If you are eligible, you'll get a chance to learn more about it and decide if you'd like to join. And then I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $1,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, noting her fail to appear history, the state is recommending the bond amount for time credit. Thank you.
Thank you. And defense?
We want to note, Your Honor, that Ms. Shanklin has 3 dependents listed as homeless and unemployed. We think $1,000 is too high for someone with their first felony offense, so no felony priors, non-violent as well. We think lower bond will incentivize and get her to steps quickly so we can start correcting the issue.
Thank you. All right, I am going to order in the felony matter a $250 cash or secured bond. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services supervision, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And I'll set your preliminary hearing on April 20th at 1:30. In your misdemeanor matters, I am going to order a $250 cash or secured bond, and you will be seen on the 13th at noon by Marana City Court. So that's on Monday at noon. And abide by any previously ordered conditions of release in that case, or those cases, sorry. If you fail to appear for future court dates in any of these cases, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Shanklin?
Yeah.
All right, that's all for today.
I'm sorry, I missed whether if you
Yeah, it's 250 as well.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name.
Felicia Seidenstricker.
Ms. Seidenstricker, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a few different matters. You have new felony charges of burglary, theft of a means of transportation, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have misdemeanor warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges of shoplifting, criminal trespass, and then failing to appear for those matters, and a warrant out of South Tucson City Court for charges of shoplifting from January of 2026. And then you have warrants out of Tucson City Court on charges of criminal trespass and disorderly conduct, and a drug paraphernalia charge as well. Let's see. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony charges. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. And we are going to determine your conditions of release in all matters. To prepare for that, I have reviewed the probable cause statement for the felony charge. I have also reviewed the warrants that issued for your arrest, as well as the Tucson City Court files that demonstrate the number of failure to appears in Tucson City Court. Finally, I have reviewed information from pretrial services that lets me know about your criminal history, your ties to the community, and their assessments and recommendations, as well as the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $5,000. Would the state like to be heard any further?
Your Honor, I'll just note, this is a co-defendant case, and the basis again is because the defendant has that pattern of failing to appear and is before the court on new offenses.
Thank you. And then I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor, we just want to note there's no felony history. The last incident was designated misdemeanor. The PCS report says no employment, never employment, 9 years in the community. So, and the past 2 years homeless. So we think that $5,000 is too high given the history and the ability to pay.
Great. On the felonies, I am going to order a bond of $1,500 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location, and I'll set your preliminary hearing for April 20th at 1:30. And then on the South Tucson charge, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be April 21st at 10 a.m. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location.
Can you repeat the time for me really quick? I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, 10 a.m.
Thank you.
On the Pima County Justice Court warrant, I will order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be May 5th at 9 a.m. And no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And then we will turn to the city court matters. On the city court matters, I will order that you are held on a bond of $200, cash or secured, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not return to the incident location of the criminal trespass or disorderly conduct charges. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. And your next court date will be on April 17th if you remain in custody at 1:45 for a video review. If you've been released before then, your next court date will be May 13th at 2 p.m. Either way, that's with Judge Mayhew at Tucson City Court, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Senstricker?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all for today. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was only the felony and this one. Great, please state your name.
David Ruben Villarreal.
Mr. Villarreal, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning. I don't have the interim complaint. Yeah, it might be in a different file. All right, let me look at this. You're here this morning on charges of burglary in the second degree and unlawful means of transportation. You have the right, unlawful use of a means of transportation, excuse me. And you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. And we are going to determine your conditions of release. And All right. There was a problem with the paperwork, so I am going to order continuing the initial appearance to the 7 p.m. Session. So you will be seen by the judge at 7 p.m. tonight. And that is all for today.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We don't have any LEPs, do we? Okay, thanks. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 10th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will also apply to these hearings. Before I call the first person, I am going to read the victim's rights advisement in the event there are any victims observing the proceedings either here at the jail or remotely. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court proceedings, and to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney. You have the right to be heard before the court makes any decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and the right to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Maricopa County, of the applicable prosecutor's office, which is Maricopa County if you are here on a felony. All right, 1 second, and I'm going to call my first case. Just give me 1 second. All right, Mr. Lumia, Gary Lumia, will you please come to the podium? You will be first. One second, I'm just getting something corrected. There we go. Okay, number 35 is ready to print now. This is Lumia's second case. Okay. All righty, sir, let me start with your full name and date of birth, please.
Gary Mike Luna Jr., 03-1794.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here on two things. One is a new case, one is a probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument and theft of means of transportation. Both of those are Class 3 felonies. Also, third-degree burglary, a Class 4 felony. There's probable cause for all of those. The police also booked you for unlawful use of a means of transportation as a passenger, but they forgot to describe anything in which you were allegedly a passenger. So for purposes of this hearing only, I'm not finding probable cause on that unlawful use allegation. It does not mean it's dismissed. It just means I'm ignoring it for purposes of release conditions. I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case, and in your probation case, you are already in probation revocation proceedings, but I'm going to appoint the public defender on a supplemental petition to be filed because this new case is a new Term 1 violation of your probation. So that would be a supplemental petition to revoke your probation based on this arrest. So talk to your lawyer about how that works, but I am officially appointing them for that petition as well. All right, I'm going to give you some court dates, and it looks like they're slightly different right now. Eventually, it'll all come together in the system. So in this new case only, you're going to have a status conference on April 16th, which is this coming Thursday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 20th at 8:30. That'll all be on your paperwork. And in between those in the morning on April 17th, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning, you're going to have a revocation arraignment on your probation case. Then that afternoon, so 1 week from today, the 17th at 1:30 p.m., you're going to have a bail eligibility hearing in your new case because you are not eligible for bail in the new case today. You will be held without bond, and that is because you've come in with probable cause for new felonies while you have a pending felony case, and that is CR 2025-145-269. That is your drug case, your pending sentencing. Looks like your sentencing is currently April 27th.
I'm supposed to be going to treatment.
I'm sorry?
I'm supposed to be going to treatment.
Well, that won't be happening between now and when another judge lets you out.
Okay.
So you're held no bond pursuant to the Arizona Constitution in the new case. Because any person who has a pending felony case, that means you've not been sentenced yet. That's every person in this room who's here for a felony. If you get released on that felony and it's open and pending, and you come in on any new felony charge, you will be held without bond at the initial appearance, pending the outcome of a bail hearing. So that happened to you, Mr. Lumia. You have an open case. It's the dangerous drug case. You came in with ample probable cause for new felonies. You are not entitled to bail under the Arizona Constitution today. You will have a bail eligibility hearing next week. That is to test the strength of the state's evidence against you. That's why on your paperwork, it's going to be called evidentiary hearing because it is one, but it's your bail hearing. So when you're wondering when your bail hearing is, it's the one called evidentiary hearing.
I'm trying to figure out the aggravated assault charge too.
They allege that you drove the car straight at the victim or one of the victims. So I certainly advise, you're facing a lot of prison in the case. You very likely would be making a huge mistake by talking about what you've been accused of. You have the right to remain silent about what you've been accused of. If you want to voluntarily say things, I will let you. But, sir, it's very unlikely the court will fail to find probable cause because that's a low standard. And even if there isn't probable cause on the aggravated assault, even if you were to persuade me of that, which, again, would be very difficult to do, they've got you as well booked for theft of means of transportation and 3 allegations of third-degree burglary, and there's strong evidence of that alleged as well. So the odds of you gaining any bonds today are very low. The odds of you incriminating yourself by trying to do it are fairly high. So talk to your lawyer about this case. You're also here on the probation case. On these allegations and the fact that you were already in probation violation proceedings, it is ordered holding you without bond pursuant to Rule 7.2C and the other cited rules because there is a strong probability you will be revoked to prison in your probation case. So you don't have bond in either case today. You can talk to your lawyer about how all of that works. All of your 4 court hearings are on your paperwork if you step to your left. Good luck. Mr. Duenas, Francisco Duenas. And then Roberto Quinones, will you go to the chair, please? Mr. Duenas, right here, or Dueña. Roberto Quinones to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Francisco Dueñas, 0209-1985.
Okay, thanks. You're here on one new case and a probation hold from Pinal County. Yeah, Pinal County. I'm going to start with your Pinal County case. Looks like you are on probation there for a felony case, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed in Pinal County back on October 7th of last year. You'll get a copy of that petition from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Well, I'm telling them to do it. Your next court date in the Pinal County Superior Court is going to be April 15th, which is this coming Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. That court has already ordered that you're to be held without bond in their case. I am affirming that order, so you don't have bond in your Pinal case. Now, you also got booked in on a Maricopa County case, which is for possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you and give you 2 court dates, which will be later than your Pinal case. It's a status conference April 24th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing April 28th at 8:30. That's 2 weeks from now. And the reason those court dates are kicking out is because I did not find probable cause on the drug paraphernalia possession case. As I noted in your order, it does not mean it's dismissed. It just means I'm not setting any release conditions for it because there isn't probable cause on it. I'll also tell you that the Maricopa County Attorney's Office interest in filing paraphernalia charges as felonies is very low. They typically go for those as misdemeanors in lower courts. But right now, if the police booked you on this, I have to give you court dates, but I did not find probable cause. So you're not going to be held in Maricopa County on the drug paraphernalia booking. They're going to call Pinal and tell Pinal that you're ready for transport, assuming you don't have anything else going on for other cities or anything. And so just try to keep track of the Maricopa case. I don't know when you might be out of custody in the Pinal case. Keep the paperwork. I put a phone number on there. You can call in and find out what happened when you're actually out of custody, okay? All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork. All right, Mr. Quinones, Roberto Quinones, and then Bernice Williams, you go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Roberto Quinones, January 16, 1976.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 things. One's a new case, one is a probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for 2 allegations of trafficking and stolen property in the 1st degree. Those are Class 2 felonies. 2 allegations of 3rd-degree burglary, Class 4 felonies. The trafficking allegedly occurred January 23rd of 26. They alleged, and I think that's probably a mistake. The burglary was April 9th. I think that's a mistake because everything they described, I think, was back in January. In any event, you'll get discovery through your lawyer, but I do find probable cause for all of it. I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm going to give you 2 court dates that are a status conference, April 16th, which is this Thursday. Your preliminary hearing will be the following Monday, April 20th at 8:30. You're also here on a probation hold. You are on probation for dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and they will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on the allegation of these new crimes. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in that case also. Your court date in probation court will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Looks like we can give you the same date and time. It's also April 16th, 8:30 in the morning. And pursuant to Arizona law, it is ordered holding you without bail in this case because you have a very high probability of being revoked to prison in that case based on your criminal history, the number of offenses alleged against you, and the time that you face. If you'll step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Mr. Williams, Bernice Williams, and then Riley McCullen, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Bernice Williams, September 5th, 1995.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams, you're here on 3 things. One is a new case, 2 are probation warrants. In the new case, you were arrested for fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, and theft by control of stolen property as a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case. You're also here on 2 probation warrants because you failed to appear at your disposition hearing in a revocation proceeding back on March 2nd, and there were warrants out for your arrest in both of your cases. Looks like you're on probation for 1 felony and 1 misdemeanor. So you already have a lawyer in those cases. Your lawyer should end up with this new case as well, or they'll all come to the same lawyer. All right. So I don't think I gave you your court dates downtown. Your court dates for everything, your next one, is going to be April 16th. That's for all three cases. In the new case, it is a status conference. In the probation cases, it's scheduled to be your disposition hearing, although because of your new case, it's not likely you're going to go to disposition on the 16th. But you can talk to your lawyer about that, and that's at 8:30 in the morning. Then in the new case only, you will have a preliminary hearing Monday, April 20th at 8:30 in the morning. All right. In your felony probation case, there is a substantial probability that you will be revoked to prison. You do not have bail today. In your felony probation case, you are held without bond. In the new fraud schemes case, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. In the probation misdemeanor case, I'm going to affirm the probation judge's bond, which was $2,000 secured. So that is $7,000 total secured, but you are being held without bond in your felony probation case, so you shouldn't try to post bond in those other cases until you know you can get out on everything, if you can. And whether you're in or out of jail, absolutely no contact with the victim in the fraud schemes case. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they're going to give you copies of that. Thank you. Mr. McCullen, and then Ashley Walters, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Riley James McCullen, 7904.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 grand jury warrants because you've been indicted in 2 separate cases. The first one, which is number 21 on the court's calendar, you've been charged with fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, theft by control of stolen property, Class 3 felony, identity theft, a Class 4 felony, attempted theft, a Class 4 felony, 3 allegations of forgery as Class 4 felonies. The alleged offense dates are a range of dates listed in the warrant from June 28th of 2022 to July 5th of 2022. The grand jury already found probable cause. That means they heard evidence, and they found probable cause to formally charge you with those crimes. I am appointing a lawyer for you. You've also been indicted by a grand jury in a separate case, and that is fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, identity theft, a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of forgery, Class 4 felonies. These are alleged to have occurred June 16th through June 27th of 2022. All right, so you have the same lawyer, I'm sure, for both cases. You have the same, not yet,
Okay,
next court date for both cases. It is April 17th, which is 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning in downtown Phoenix. The address will be on your paperwork. What is your question?
Yeah, it's just been a really long time. Like from when that had first happened when I was 18, or like 17, 18. And like, when I had got released on my own recognizance in the first, like, when everything first happened, I had, like, was checking the court dates and everything, and my mom was as well, because I was staying with her. And they were saying there was no court dates that I had to appear to at that moment.
Because you got indicted by a grand jury, and that is a secret until you're arrested on the warrant. Grand jury proceedings are not public.
Right, okay, yeah.
It looks like you got indicted in 2023 for one of the cases, then you got indicted in 2025 for the other one. You can talk to your lawyer about the sequence of events, but none of that violates the statute of limitations.
Okay, yeah, because I had, yeah, all right, yeah.
I am appointing a lawyer for you. Yeah. All right. I'm going to affirm the bond set by the grand jury judge in each case, and that is in the 2025 case, $15,000 cash. In the 2023 case, $10,000 cash. That is $25,000 total. If you post it, I am not giving you permission to leave the state. You need to get that from the trial court. I know you're not from Arizona. That's a problem as far as you being here to face these charges. You can talk to your lawyer about establishing to the satisfaction of the trial court that you will appear for court hearings before they will give you permission to go out of state at all. Right. Or to reside out of state. Until that time, you are forbidden from leaving the state. I want to be very clear on that. We will issue warrants for your arrest. We will extradite and then charge you for the cost of extradition if you do that. Absolutely no contact with any of the alleged victims, whether you are in or out of jail. And no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. It's likely in this type of case you had co-defendants. In one of them, you had at least 2 co-defendants because you are numbered co-defendant 3. I can't tell because the grand jury proceedings don't come unsealed until this hearing happens. So you'll get police reports and everything through your lawyer. I don't know who else was charged in that case, but don't have any contact with any co-defendants either.
It's been so long. I've been working a job. I'm about to graduate college in 6 months.
I don't disbelieve you, Mr. McClellan. It doesn't mean you can't go to prison in these cases. There's enough charged against you with enough different dates that the way Arizona sentencing works, I'm not saying you will go to prison. You're not even convicted. What I'm saying is even people with no criminal history facing this exact scenario face prison if they go to trial and lose. That's a motive to flee. You're not facing probation, eligibility if you lose as indicted. You're a long way from that. You're innocent until proven guilty. I do understand that. But on these facts, you have no ties to Arizona. There's a lot of victims out there, and these are alleged to be sort of cash-based frauds. So I'm imposing the bond set by the grand jury judge. You can talk to your lawyer about a motion to modify and proving up where you are, what you're doing, and why the trial court should think that you should be allowed to leave the state. I'm not able to do that, and I don't take people's word for it.
Right. Well, that means what are the for me to go back and work or me to
That is entirely up to the trial judge. And the state will get to weigh in, and victims' rights apply. The victims get to weigh in. There's a lot that goes into that. Don't leave the state if you bond out. Go get an Airbnb or whatever. I don't know what you're here for. Your arraignment is in 1 week. Not much happens at arraignment. It's true. So we're going to give you paperwork from the public defender. Call them. Give them a week to make a file, and then say, I want to talk about a motion to modify release conditions. Don't leave the state in the interim. You don't have permission. All right, everything's there. If you step to your left, you can take your copies. Thanks. Ms. Walters? And then Jelena Valenzuela, will you go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Ashley Walters, July 12, 1997.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for theft as a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. That is this coming Thursday. Your preliminary hearing will be the following Monday, April 20th at 8:30. You have a $10,000 cash-only appearance bond. If you post it, do not go to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with the witness or any arresting officers. You may not leave the state without the advance written permission of the court. Did you hear everything I told that young man?
Yes, ma'am.
All of that applies to you. I believe you're a flight risk. We will extradite you and charge you for it if you leave the state. Don't leave the state without advance written permission of the court. Everything's on your paperwork. Step to your left. All right, Ms. Valenzuela. And then Destiny Davis, if you go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Jelena Lynn Valenzuela, 110905.
Okay, thanks. You're on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. It is a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing, April 20th at 8:30 in the same court. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond in this case. If you post it, you go on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. Okay. That is to keep you away from the alleged victim. The police said that he is not in favor of this prosecution or et cetera. That's not up to him. It's up to the state of Arizona. That's why your orders are very clear. You may not have contact with him, and you may not respond to contact from him. He cannot give you permission to violate these orders. If he invites you to come over, you can't even answer. Okay. So I want to be very, very clear about that, because when I see cases like this where there's some dangerous behavior alleged and victims say they don't want to participate in prosecution, I'm very clear with defendants. It's not up to them. It's up to the state of Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
So they can subpoena him and force him to testify, et cetera, et cetera. So don't commit felony witness tampering to try to get him, et cetera. There's no such thing as dropping the charges. Certainly not in this type of case. So Talk to your lawyer about all of that. Do not have any contact with the alleged victim in the interim until your lawyer says it's okay, which is highly unlikely in a case like this, but many things can happen between now and trial. So talk to your lawyer about all of that. You can do a civil standby to collect belongings. You have to call a cop from that jurisdiction. Looks like it's Tempe. Call a Tempe police department, non-emergency. Did they tell you about it already?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you need to do. If you have another adult who could safely go over there and collect belongings for you, meaning, they're not going to get in a fight with the alleged victim,
yeah.
you could send somebody else. But
Okay.
if you have to go there yourself, you have to bring an officer with you.
Okay.
No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that might be served on you. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you're all done. If you step to your left, thank you. Ms. Davis. Did Destiny Davis make it in here? She's the one. Okay, right here. And then J.C. Butler, we go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Destiny Davis, 10-10-91.
All right, thank you. You're on a warrant from the Agua Fria Justice Court, where you've been convicted of DUI. This warrant was issued June 13th of 2017 after you failed to appear at a court hearing. Your arraignment hearing in Agua Fria Justice Court is going to be April 15th, 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. For the reasons in my written order, bond is set in your case at $500. It is secured. Oops, I forgot to check any release conditions. I'm sorry, officers. I got to reprint this. Actually, I'm not apologizing. I'm just telling you. Okay, hold on 1 second, man. All right. So it's 500 secured. Your court dated in 5 days. In an abundance of caution, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you if you're unable to make bail. But that's on the bond issue only. They're not going to help you with anything else. You've already been convicted. So we're going to get that reprinted. If you go ahead and have a seat, they'll send it out to you. Thank you. It's signed. All right. Ms. Butler, J.C. Butler. And counsel, are you just here early for you got to let me know if there's something. Are you just here early for the one we're doing later?
I'm just early. I tried to monitor from the office and it was lagging and I couldn't tell where you were.
Okay, just want to make sure. I mean, like do clear your throat or let me know if there's ever a case you want to pop in on. All right, Mr. Uko, will you go to the chair? Jonathan Uko. All right. Ms. Butler, can I have your full name and date of birth?
J.C. Butler, 8/23/2007.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for arson of property, which is a Class 5 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, April 28th at 8:30. That's in 2 weeks. It's going to be in downtown Phoenix, and the address is on your paperwork. Now, you told pretrial services you do think you have family you can go and stay with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to release you on an ankle monitor. I'm not going to make you post a bond. Here's why. What you're specifically alleged of having done, I certainly don't condone it, but I don't find that it necessarily indicates the kind of fire obsession or attempt to burn down a building that most arson cases I see. That it was very specific to one item of valuable property. And directed at one person, meaning not necessarily to try to lighting a structure on fire, a house or something. We take that even more seriously. Not that this is non-serious. I mean, you light anything on fire, that's a strong red flag for rage and future violation of court hearings. That being said, you're very young. You don't have any juvenile delinquency history that we could find, or any adult history. You don't appear to have been arrested. And I'm willing to give you a try on an ankle monitor if you agree to absolutely stay away from him. You can do a civil standby to get some belongings, but you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim while the case is pending. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
All right. So you got to be hooked up to the ankle monitor before you're released, but you don't have to put down any money. You should hopefully be released by, I hope, by about dinner time. And you cannot go there on your own. You can bring an officer with you. Looks like you're arrested by Phoenix. So you have to call Phoenix non-emergency, tell them you need a civil standby. They'll send an officer to go with you and keep the peace while you collect your stuff, because I think you've been living there, right?
I live there, he don't.
He does not?
No.
Let me look, let's see what the police allege. Let me just check at what they allege, okay, because I was trying to be careful. Police allege he lives there. So he might not be on the lease, but the police allege he lives there. They list a co-defendant, Taylor Abdul Taylor. Is that whose apartment it is? Because they allege that the victim lives there very clearly, more than once. So I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I'm going to order you to find another place to stay, do a civil standby. Now, if there's another adult there, like Taylor, Mr. Taylor, whoever that is, if that's not the victim, that was not my recollection, that is not the victim's name. I don't want to say the victim's name because victim's rights, but Taylor Abdul Taylor is not the victim. So, like, that person could bring you your stuff, and then you don't have to mess around with getting a civil standby because that's just annoying. But if you need to go to the location on your own, you got to bring an officer with you to keep the peace. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So talk to your lawyer about establishing, okay, where is the alleged victim living right now? Could you go back there, et cetera? But I want you to be safe about it. They allege, I'm not trying to start a discussion about it, they allege you threatened to stab him, which right now I am choosing to interpret, because it appears to be your first arrest, as the anger of the moment, and that you can control your behavior and not go mess with him while the case is pending. If you do it, you're going to end up back in jail, probably on, at a minimum, a new misdemeanor charge of violating the court order, possibly a new felony. If you do an act that could be harassment of the alleged victim, which could be one text, one angry text, could be booked in as aggravated harassment. It's a new felony. You'll be held no bond at this hearing. So it's really important you comply with the release conditions, because you'll go from being out of custody into locked up while you try to fight your case, just for contacting him. Do you understand? And don't respond to any contact from him. Victims, I think they often contact defendants. Do not respond. That doesn't give you permission to respond. Are you clear on all of that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I think that's everything I needed to go over. Well, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, you're not 21. And if you get served with some kind of order of protection, comply with that as well. I did give you a lawyer. Come to court. Just follow these orders between now and court. Go talk to your lawyer about defending your case, okay? All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Mr. Uko, Jonathan Uko. And then Larry Gauger, will you please go to the chair?
Hello, Your Honor.
Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jonathan Uko, January 28, 1987.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested. Oh, I think this is actually a misbooking. Sometimes things occur to me as I'm having to say charges out loud to people. Okay. You got to reprint this one too, because I remembered from the case facts that you were alleged to have had cocaine, and they had probable cause for cocaine, and then they came and booked you on the wrong charge. Because Arizona, for not any good reason I'm aware of, has split up drug types into dangerous or narcotic. And we have two statutes for no real reason. Like in federal court, it's just one statute. Here, it's two. And cocaine is not a dangerous drug under Arizona law. It's a narcotic drug. So they accuse you of having a narcotic, but they booked you on a dangerous. That's what we call a no PC. It does not mean it's dismissed. It does not mean they can't go after you for the narcotic charge. It just means I'm ignoring the dangerous drug allegation for purposes of these release conditions, okay? I still find probable cause for drug paraphernalia because they did have probable cause for cocaine. So talk to your lawyer about all of this. They also booked you for disorderly conduct and theft as class 1 misdemeanors. There's probable cause for those, which just means it's enough to give you release conditions, including do not go back there. Don't have any contact with any alleged victim or witness. And so I am going to give you a civil standby in case you have a vehicle there that you need to go pick up. Do you?
I don't know.
No, good.
My car got repossessed yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, then just stay away. from that restaurant / bar, whichever it is. Stay away from it completely, and you'll be in compliance with the release condition. But I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Just come to court. You'll meet with your lawyer, follow your release conditions. As long as you don't go back to that place or have contact with those folks, it shouldn't be difficult at all to comply. Just come to court, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to get that reprinted, and we'll send it out for you. It still takes hours to be released. Try to be patient. Good luck.
Oh, my God.
Step to, oh, yeah, it's part of the fun. If you step to your left, they'll send that out for you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, did I not? Okay. Sorry, it is my fault. I just didn't sign it. Sorry. Okay, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Gallagher, and then Vincent Priola, we go to the chair. My hands are so cold in here. Sir, I need your full name and date of birth.
Larry Scott Gallagher, 2/14/1969.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Gallagher, you're here on your warrant for your 2013 driving unsuspended license case, which is a class 1 misdemeanor. You've already been convicted. Your arraignment date for this warrant is going to be April 29th at 9 in the morning in the Hassayampa Justice Court, which I know is out of Wickenburg, but it may be at a central court location, so be sure to go to the correct address.
Right.
I'm looking at, it's in Surprise now. It's at a big court center in Surprise. All right, and looking at the case record, you haven't had a warrant. I get people confused because I got quite a few in here on the same thing. You haven't had a warrant in this case in a long time. You've come through. You've been, I think you've dealt with them for a while, but I didn't see a recent failure to appear. This is a failure to pay warrant. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, and I don't get current payment records, so I always tell people you can't rely on what I tell you. I'm looking at some that seem to suggest maybe you only owe them about $380. But again, I'm no expert at reading, or it could be $1,200. Again, like I said, I'm no expert at reading. But you need to go talk to them. This will never stop happening as long as you owe them a dime.
I will go talk to him.
Go to the court date, even if you don't have money, because then at least you can ask us to look you up. I know how. It's not hard. Everybody should know how. Just say, will you look me up? I always go. As long as you go when you get picked up on a warrant, I don't have a reason to hold you because it's not my job to get you to pay. That's their problem.
Right.
It's my job to get you to go to court, comply with the release conditions. If you're doing that, I have zero reason to hold you for non-payment. But they will never stop putting out warrants for you. So I always tell people, don't ignore them. It's very hard. I know it's very hard. And I personally think anybody who could afford to pay would have gotten them off his back a long time ago. But again, I have no power to dismiss that case or do anything for you other than tell you to go to court. That's what matters to us on these misdemeanors.
Right.
Did you go?
Can you tell me when that warrant was issued, or
It was
like 2022 or something, or?
It was 25. It's very faintly written. Let me see if I see it on the case card. But it looks like it was February of 25. Oh yeah, February 9th of 2025. Because they send letters. What they do is they send letters and stuff, and when they don't get any answer, eventually they issue a warrant. Right. But this wasn't a missed court date. This was not a missed court date. So I figure this is, this is enough of a slap on the wrist to go in there and pay them. But it wasn't a DUI. It wasn't, an assault offense. It was a regulatory crime. So I don't think you're a risk to the community. Just go, okay? Right. If you step to your left, you get that paperwork. Good luck, sir. Mr. Priola. And then Luis Avila, we go to the chair. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Vincent Priola, July 13th, 1988.
Okay, thanks. You are here on an arrest warrant for a criminal complaint that charges you with the case from last year. And the charge is shoplifting with 2 or more convictions within 7 years. And that is a class 4 felony. The alleged offense date is December 3rd of 2025. And this is one where the court tried to send you a summons, didn't have a valid address, and it came back unserved. We do not hold that against you, meaning you were low risk at the time. I still think you're low risk today. So I am appointing a lawyer for you and giving you 2 court dates. Status conference April 24th at 8:30 in the morning. That is 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing on Tuesday, April 28th at 8:30. All this is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Do not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. No contact with any alleged victims or witnesses there. Don't miss your court date. Don't pick up any new felonies. You don't have any felony convictions right now. They're getting you on what's called predicate priors, which means too many misdemeanors, they can start charging every single one as a felony. And the cops can see release orders in their terminal. So if you get picked up for shoplifting a soda tomorrow, the cops will see that you're out on release for a felony and you've got predicate priors. They will book you for felony shoplift for that soda, and I will have to hold you no bond because it's in the Constitution. I'm just trying to do the math for you. Don't screw up. I'm releasing you OR, but you're in the realm of felony. Any shoplift you commit while you have 2 misdemeanors within any 7-year period, it means before or after, any shoplifting you commit can be brought as this crime. I don't think you're high risk. You don't even have any felony convictions yet. But you have to know, and I think you also told pretrial right now you don't have a regular place to stay. So if you were to do a similar type of offense, I mean, the smallest thing, I think the cops, many of them would happily book you for a felony. So be careful, comply with your release conditions, don't miss your court dates, okay? Step 2 left, you get your paperwork. Mr. Avila, Luis Avila. And then Leonard Jimenez, we go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Luis Aloy Meraz Avila, August 16, 2000.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 arrest warrants for older cases that have now been filed formally. So, in the first case, which is number 8 on the calendar, you've been charged with possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a class 6 felony. This is from back on September 20th of 2024, and it comes out of an arrest by the Chandler Police Department. That's all I can see from the warrant. You'll get police reports and copies of the charges from your lawyer. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you. In both cases, you're going to end up with the same lawyer for both. In the other case, it's number 9 on the calendar. You've been charged with possession of both narcotic and dangerous drugs, class 4 felonies, and possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. This one is from April 22nd of 2025, and it says this arrest was by the Department of Public Safety, so maybe the Highway Patrol or something. I don't know. But you'll get police reports and the charges from your lawyer, and you're going to go to court for both. April 24th, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning. That's your status conference. Your preliminary hearing will be April 28th at 8:30, all in downtown Phoenix. Everything's on your paperwork, and I'm going to release you on your own recognizance because you have not missed any court dates in these cases. We didn't have a working address for you at all, but based on your lack of criminal history, I don't have any reason to hold you. Just come to court, okay? And, many people in your situation with no priors at all and just drug charges, they get diversion offers. It's not up to me, though. No promises. But the county attorney may offer you a chance to come to court on your own. I'm thinking 8 thoughts at once. They may give you a chance to do treatment and stuff like that and never take any conviction at all if you're successful. I'm not saying you're eligible. I'm not saying they'll offer it to you. It's just in my experience, if you have 0 criminal history, you look like a good candidate. So don't be afraid to go to court, comply with your release conditions. Don't pick up any new charges. You'll get held no bond if you come in on new felonies. Just go to court, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, Mr. Jimenez, Leonard Jimenez. And then Everardo Navarro Montesinos, so please go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Leonard Nixon Jimenez, Jr., 06-17-1996.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a Justice Court warrant from North Mesa Justice Court. This is in your DUI case. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. You've already been convicted. This warrant is a failure to comply warrant that went out December 17th of 2024, so about 16 months ago. And in this case, I saw... I think you're like the other guy. You were paying fines and fees and things. It looks like you've shown up plenty of time. It looks like you had a warrant back in February of 2020. And it looks like October of 2020, which was still like pandemic land. Anyway, it's, I feel like you're low risk. It's been a while. You just need to go to court, sir.
Can I say something though?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just got out of prison yesterday.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yes, and
when did you go in?
So when I had
That's some crappy luck.
So-
Did the prison find it? No, you were traffic stopped, right?
Yeah.
That is some really bad luck.
That's what I'm trying to, like, so.
Okay, when did you go into prison?
I went to prison, I don't remember the date, but.
I'm not worried about it. I was just gonna mark on your calendar if I can look you up, but it doesn't matter. Go tell the justice of the peace. I'm gonna release you because, especially, and if people get out of prison after a long stint and then a warrant finds them that didn't find them, I'll usually give everybody a do-over on a misdemeanor when they come out of DOC, because I know that kind of throws your whole life into turmoil and et cetera. But already on this case, I was willing to release you. Just go and pick up with them where you left off, literally. Talk to them about your situation. It's probably going to be a while before you got money coming in, and so make sure they're aware of all that, and they give you a fair amount of time, hopefully, to get back on a payment plan. You know, take your DOC stuff and say, look, I just got out. It's going to be a while before you're on your feet.
Yeah.
So, in any event, you're released. Just go to court. Don't miss court. If you miss court, everybody will see you were here on April 10th.
Yeah.
And your court date's April 30th. So you got 3 weeks to figure out how you're getting to the North Mesa Justice Court at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But I'm releasing you, okay?
All right.
All right, go to court. Good luck, okay?
Thank you,
All
appreciate
right,
it.
hope your luck goes better. All right, Mr. Navarro, Everardo Navarro. And then Douglas Griffith, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Everardo Navarro Montesinos, Diciembre 1499. December 14,
Do you need an interpreter?
yeah. I can try.
No, era una pregunta. Alguien necesita un intérprete. Y
Well, I can
¿Tú
try.
dormí?
I think, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Well, we want the DOs to wake you up, too. Okay, all right. How much time has you got on the calendar? Okay. We're going to move you to, well, I was planning to release this. So, no, if you need an interpreter, you need an interpreter, sir. If you don't, let me ask you this. Mr. Navarro, have you understood the things I've been telling you in English?
Mm-hmm.
I need a yes or a no.
Yes.
How long have you spoken English? How's your English?
It's not 100%, but it's like.
It's okay. Because I was planning to release you. I'd rather not hold you for 3 more hours to do that.
No.
But I want to be positive you understand everything I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
So have you understood the things I've been telling to the other people? I need a yes or no.
Yes.
All right. I don't need to tell you any complicated legal terms.
Okay.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an interpreter for this hearing?
I don't think I need it.
I know, but do you understand you have that right?
Mm-hmm.
I need a yes or no.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to use an interpreter for this hearing?
No.
Will you tell me if there's anything that I say you don't understand?
Well,
Will you stop me and say I didn't understand? Will you do that?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to ask you at the end if you understood every word.
Okay.
All right. You're here on a warrant from the Country Meadows Justice Court.
Mm-hmm.
You got a ticket for driving without a license, and you were told on the, do you know what a ticket is?
Mm-hmm.
I need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. It orders you to go to court, and you didn't go. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that I'm going to order you to go to court?
Okay.
On April 30.
Okay.
30 de abril. April 30, 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Will you go?
Mm-hmm.
I need a yes or no.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to release you, sir. Okay? You have written conditions. They're basic. Don't drive without a valid license.
Okay.
So I have one question for you, sir, which is, with respect to this case, what is it that you're supposed to do next?
Go to court.
What day?
30.
Of?
8:30 a.m.
Of April?
April, yeah.
Okay. And the address is on your paperwork?
Downtown?
No, it's in Avondale.
Avondale?
But the address is on your paper.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sir, I'm satisfied you understand you have to go to court.
Okay.
All righty. You are released.
All right, thank you.
be sure to ask the justice of the peace for an interpreter, okay?
All right.
If we were doing anything that was procedurally important, I would make you have an interpreter because, I mean, and I get that you speak a lot of English, but it's very important people understand what's happening to them.
Okay.
Do you understand what's happening
Yes.
to you right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any questions for me?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Next time you're arrested, anything like this, when you get there, say, I'm going to need an interpreter.
Okay.
Nobody's punished for needing an interpreter. That's why I didn't want to punish you for 3 hours for waiting, okay?
I'm sorry.
Try to stay awake next time when they're moving you around. Good
Thank
luck.
you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, Mr. Griffith? Oh, you're my FOJ. Okay. All right, sir. Let me have your full name and date of birth, please.
Douglas Stewart Griffith, 8962.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffith, you are here on a warrant from another state, and that works differently than an in-state warrant. Yours, as I recall, is a parole warrant from Utah. It is, looks like it issued, when's the date? Hold on, it's very hard to read these. March 19th of 2026, the Utah authorities put out a parole warrant for you, and they do say they wish to extradite you to Utah. That means you have rights. In this case, this is your extradition case. This is not a parole hearing. It's just a question of whether Utah has the right to take you back there. And so I'm going to tell you your rights real quick, and then I'm going to tell you that you have the option to give up the rights and agree to go back. Some people want to do that. That's why we give them the option at this first hearing. So you have 3 basic rights as a parolee. You have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona within 90 days after today. That it has to be proven to an Arizona court that Utah has the right to take you back there without your agreement. And so that's your first right, extradition hearing within 90 days. As your second right, as part of the extradition process, you have the right to have a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states and presented to the Arizona court before you can be ordered back to Utah without your consent. Third right is the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense. We don't appoint lawyers in extradition proceedings because they are not criminal proceedings. They're civil proceedings. And the only question is whether Utah has the right to take you back. It's not whether you did any crimes. So you can hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition proceedings, or you can just represent yourself. Now, you are a parolee, and so you don't have any right to bail in the case. In fact, I'm legally obligated to hold you without bond no matter what you decide today. Our statute says I cannot give you bond. So that's the 90-day clock. And if you don't wish to give up your rights, then I'm going to give you your first court date in extradition court, which is April 20th at 1:30. That's just a status conference. So you can get on track to have that extradition hearing within 90 days. If you want to bypass that whole process and start a 30-day clock against Utah, that's what waiving does. And so the reason we give people an opportunity to waive their rights, which everybody calls waiving extradition, some people want to do it because it starts the clock, provided you don't have any other charges or holds. I don't see any for you, but if you have any Arizona charges or criminal holds, then your 30-day clock won't start until the conclusion of your Arizona case. But assuming you don't have any, then if you waive today, tomorrow, which would be April 11th, that would be day 1 of a 30-day clock against Utah. Utah has 30 calendar days to come and get you. It cannot be extended. If they don't, you get released, but the warrant stays active in the national system. You could be re-arrested on it if you don't do something about it in Utah. Or if they come get you, they just take you back to Utah. They put you into parole proceedings there, and you take it up from there. So that's if you want to give it up. You go on a 30-day clock. And you're held no bond either way. If you don't want to give up your rights, that's automatically the 90-day clock. If you want to change your mind and waive later, you can waive anytime you're in front of the extradition judge, but you wouldn't be back there for 9 days. Your court date is the 20th, no, 10 days, excuse me. You wouldn't be back there for 10 days. So if you waive on the 20th, your waiver clock, your 30-day clock would start the 21st. If you waive today, Utah's waiver clock starts the 11th. And so that's really the essential difference for you, is if you want to do it, start the clock fast, you have an opportunity. But if you never want to do it, you never have to waive extradition. You have the absolute right to get the extradition hearing, and the governor's won't. Now, I will tell you, as a side note, many, if not most, corrections departments, as a condition of parole, they make their parolees pre-sign a waiver of extradition. We never assume that you did that in this court. But I always like to warn parolees that if a valid waiver is presented to our extradition judge, she's going to end your case and order you back to Utah within 30 days. If you have validly if you've pre-signed the waiver. So, but we don't assume that here. We assume you currently have all of your rights. I just like to warn parolees. All right. So do you have any questions for me before I ask you what you want to do?
I do.
What's your question?
I'm in like a triple jeopardy at the moment. I'm a resident of Washington. I've never been a resident of Arizona.
Okay.
My one and only traffic stop happened to be a DUI, unfortunately.
That's what landed you here? Is that what landed you
Yes.
here? Okay.
And I was on a double state
interstate compact
to Washington.
Gotcha.
So I was brought back here by Maricopa County for this. Utah wants me for the same thing. I don't mind paying my penalty for what I did wrong for breaking parole and probation.
Okay, but so Mr. Griffith, I can appreciate that you're feeling ill-used right now. I want to just drill down onto the practical aspect of this.
Yes,
and presumably, the Interstate Compact people already know you're here, because the Interstate Compact is interesting in that even though you're not an Interstate Compact defendant here, if an Interstate Compact defendant gets arrested, the sending state, which in your case is Utah, may be under an obligation to retake you from here. Honestly, the courts have nothing to do with the administration of the Interstate Compact. You have administrative rights, procedural rights with those guys, but your case is a little bit, that is a little complicated. Are you saying that you've started this clock before? Because you said Utah wants you back on that.
So
do you have a pending extradition case right now?
Could I just
quickly
explain things? Thank you. So I picked up what broke my parole or probation with Arizona and Utah. I self-reported. So this thing about fugitive is really...
you've been on probation in Arizona.
No, I'm on probation.
You said you have no ties, but I'm looking at a court case in your name.
Yeah, no. I do, yes, ma'am. I did have a one-time traffic stop of a DUI in Arizona.
Okay, and this says, this morning, 2 a.m.,
yes,
you saw Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
On a probation, I see. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I see. And then the sheriffs went, oh, you got a Utah warrant too. Okay. I didn't know you'd been in here this morning. I didn't know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've been up for hours and hours.
I'm sorry. I know that sucks. Okay. Well, so so you're not leaving Arizona anytime soon anyway, because you got this probation problem.
Yeah, and I'm going to be going to Utah for the same.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I guess what I'm wondering.
I'm trying to get a global resolution.
Oh, well, I can't do a thing for you about that right now, sir. The only thing I can do at this moment in the Utah warrant is you can choose to waive or you can punt that decision. And many people who have other open cases or things going on in Arizona, they choose to punt, because why give up a right if you don't have to yet?
Yeah, I have a paid attorney in Arizona.
Okay.
And I haven't.
And that person will likely want to give you advice?
I have not consulted with them on that.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like maybe you'd like to keep your rights in the Utah case right now. And if you decide the best decision is to waive and give up those rights, you can do that later. But you're in a situation of you're already stuck in on something else. So, all right, do you want to do that? Keep your rights, and I'll give you your next court date in extradition court. Yeah. You can let your lawyer know.
Yeah.
Because they'll make you retain them for that. They're not appointed, you know. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to note that you keep your rights, and your court date is going to be April 20th, 1:30 in the afternoon. That is a Monday. Monday, April 20th, 1:30. That is in our downtown extradition court. The address will be on your paperwork, and so you can tell your lawyer. Because I have to hold you without bond because it is a parole warrant. I don't have the option of giving you bond. So we're going to get that printed up. It's going to come with a copy of that card, which is just lays out your rights. You have not waived anything. Now you're on the 90-day clock. And that's the furthest they can move it out. Because I think it's like initial 60 and they can extend 30. So we just always tell people 90.
I did sign the.
You're saying you've already waived extradition in this case?
I did, yeah, with the interstate compact.
Oh, you're saying you've pre-signed. Yes, I will say interstate compact waivers waive extradition. That's why we don't see them. But how that operates now that Utah is saying they have a valid warrant, there's an interstate compact commissioner for Arizona. She's going to have to get involved and decide whether or not they're retaking you under the interstate compact or whether this is an extradition case. Before we don't print that yet, I want to make a note for Spencer, okay? I'm just going to make a note for your,
thank you,
for the extradition judge, just to warn them, okay, note. And then, one second. Is this something like maybe we could just drop an email with a release order to door deliver and just say Commissioner McLaughlin's request, we just want to make sure you are aware of this case? Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm going to have my staff afterwards just drop a copy of your release order over to the Arizona Interstate Compact Commission to just say, did you guys know about him? To at least get you on their radar so they can figure out how that is interlocking. Go ahead.
I take offense to being called a fugitive. I've always shown up to court dates, and I turned myself in well within 24 hours of the offense, which is in my parole agreement. If you break, you have to self-report. I self-reported. They picked me up immediately. I was in detention up in a little town called Republic, Washington. And then Maricopa County came and got me, and now I'm here.
You weren't ISC
on the
supervised.
same thing that Utah wants.
You weren't supervised by ISC in Washington. You were supervised by ISC here. Did you transfer
supervised
here?
by Washington DOC.
I see. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, I'm gonna verify. Okay. Okay, so I'm just noting, and this is as much for the extradition judge and your lawyer as you. Defendant says he's we just say ISC for sure. He's an ISC defendant who was supervised in Washington under the ISC for his parole in this Utah case. This court was unable to verify the status prior to this court hearing, but will notify the AZ Interstate Compact Commissioner of this case.
Washington did revoke my
probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so I understand, and I've talked to so many people who are like, I never knew about the case. How could I be a fugitive? And I say, I'm sorry we named it that. But I like to call it extradition court because that encompasses everything. But it's just a calendar name. It's the Fugitive from Justice calendar. I mean, I'm not unsympathetic, and I don't mean it in any way pejorative. It's just the extradition calendar. Lots of people got indicted in this state, had no idea. They had never even been arrested, and they say, how can I be a fugitive? And I say, don't take it the wrong way. Sorry. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We just got to get it printed up, officers, and we'll send it out. All right, so I've got 3 court hearings. My understanding about Mr. Matsis was that he's a guy who was medically unstable. The other 2 were combative and problematic.
Yes, he's still in medical. He had a seizure earlier today.
Mr. Matsis has the seizures. That was it. Okay. All right. So, and I am going to conduct all those initial appearances in person in-house, and that includes Jennifer Lynch, Drago Santana, who were isolated for being combative with staff and non-cooperative in general population. and Adrian Matzes, I will see back in medical, and I will give each of them their initial appearance. And I will start with Drago Santana. I will let him know that he's been arrested for two things. One's a new case. One is a Santa Cruz County probation hold. And so in the new case, he got booked in for possession of a weapon by a private person, class 1 felony, theft and disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for him and give him court dates of a status conference April 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm currently inclined to set bail in the amount of $2,500 secured with orders not to go to nor reside in that complex. He can do a civil standby, but that is all. Absolutely no victim contact, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Call his PO within 72 hours. I'm looking for Mr. I'm going to do Drago's other one, but then I'm going to start with Mr. Warpula and then Mr. Hooks. All right, and then just to finish up, Mr. Santana, he's also here on a warrant from the Santa Cruz County Superior Court. It's a probation violation warrant. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for him, give him an arraignment hearing of April 15th at 8:30 in the Santa Cruz Court. And because of this new case, I do find there's in all reasonable probability he'll be revoked to prison in that robbery case that he's on probation for. So I'm ordering that he be held without bond in the Santa Cruz case. If anything changes after I see him in house, I'll update that in the final order, not on this recording. All right. So Mr. Warpula, if you come to the podium, and then Mr. Hooks, you can go to the chair. All right. And officer, I think counsel is going to appear for this one. All right. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Dylan Thomas Warpula, 6/13/95.
Okay, thanks. And then the appearance of counsel, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dawn Sauer on behalf of the state.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warpula, you got arrested on allegations that are 8 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Those are class 2 felonies. 1 allegation of possession of bestiality. That is a class 1 misdemeanor, or bestiality materials. That is a class 1 misdemeanor. Based on what the police have submitted, there is probable cause for all of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. Your next court date will be next week, this coming Thursday, April 16th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a status conference. Your preliminary hearing will be April 20th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court, and the address will be on your paperwork. All right. Before I set conditions of bail or release, I'm going to hear the state's recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a little difficult to summarize a 20-plus page probable cause statement, but the state believes it's highly relevant. There were a number of videos involved. There were 9 videos, it appears. 8 of them involved young school-age children. 2 of them involved depictions of bestiality. Many of these videos were quite long. Some of them were 38 minutes, 46 minutes, involving multiple children. I counted 13 young girls in total between all of the videos. The state believes that the defendant possessing these videos, which had multiple sexual acts, including bestiality with involving children, the state believes is a danger to the community, a danger to minors in particular, should not have access to the internet, and is requesting a $150,000 cash-only bond with electronic monitoring if released and no contact with minors and no internet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Warpula, I've considered what's been alleged against you, your apparent lack of criminal history, and the state's recommendation in this case. And it's the court's decision today to set bail in the amount of $100,000. It is secured. Secured means you can possibly use a bail bondsman, but you have to talk to them about what they require to do that. If you post bond, then by law, you must be on an electronic ankle monitor because you are accused of sexually motivated crimes against children. So you have to be on the ankle monitor. That'll be explained to you if and when you post the bond. You have written release conditions you're ordered to comply with, which includes no contact with anyone under the age of 18. I show that you do not have any children of your own. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So no contact with anyone under the age of 18, whether they're related to you or not. No use of the internet for any reason except as specifically permitted in my order, which will include work purposes, for participation in your pending court case, communication with counsel, any schooling that you may have, in your own healthcare websites. Absolutely no social media for any purpose. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. Everything is going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that. All right, thank you. All right, then, are you here for Mr. Hooks, or you want to go?
No,
Okay.
I don't need to.
Okay, we're gonna, Mr. Hooks, stay right there. I'm gonna let the prosecutor get out the door before we, let's do a switcheroo. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Hooks, we're good to go. Thank you. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Enoch Hooks, 52185.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for failure to register as a sex offender, which is a class 4 felony, and failure to provide current ID when asked by a police officer. They get this bad abbreviation, but it means you don't have ID that confirms your current address. That's a class 6 felony. So there is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm going to give you a status conference April 16th at 8:30 in the morning, which is this Thursday. Preliminary hearing Monday, April 20th at 8:30 in the morning, same court. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Normally, I would put you on an ankle monitor for this type of offense as well, but you say you live in Pinal County, and I can't put anybody on an ankle monitor in another county. So I have choices which include, upping bond or making people stay in the county. In this case, the court believes on your criminal history, which the offenses are 20 years old, they are not trivial. They are 20 years old. But also I did read that it looked like you had been registered. I don't know if it's valid or not, but you've been registered as recently as a month ago, which is not bad on the general scheme of things. So this is a much lower bond than the court normally sets. But I do believe bond is warranted. Unregistered sex offenders are dangerous in the community.
It's an honest mistake, Your Honor. I did 10 years probation, no violations. I've done everything I could. It's just, I never moved out of the...
Let me ask you this, Mr. Hooks. Do you have a place to stay in Maricopa County?
Yeah, well, I just moved.
I know. But if I order you to stay and be ankle monitored, can you stay in Maricopa County?
I have no people I can stay with.
That's the problem. I cannot monitor you. And so right now, like I said, I've already taken into account that it looks like you've been compliant up until the past. But like I said, I don't know for a fact when you moved. I don't know any of that. And on these kinds of cases, I understand how it feels like continuous, unrelenting punishment. But I will repeat, the offenses of conviction were not small. They were not trivial. And so it is a lifetime obligation. It's been 20 years since you were convicted of those. And it looks like you went to prison for a marijuana possession or something? You did some, probation. No, you did 2.5 on the kidnapping.
Correct.
In 2006. So yeah, I remembered you had a short stint in prison, but it was child prostitution and sexual assault and a presumed child victim. On these facts, the court is always concerned about community safety, basically because, and that's why these restrictions have been approved as constitutional. There's overwhelming research to prove that, sexual urges and sexual propensities never go away. They can be suppressed and controlled, but people remain dangerous. And so registration is extremely serious. The county attorney can put you in prison for 10 years on this, just for this. And that's the presumptive. The judge could mitigate it if they find that you had been indeed registering, et cetera. But the 72-hour obligation is categorical. I believe you did know it. I don't have any reason to think you didn't know. And so they don't, in any event. $2,500 is much lower than this court normally sets. Normally, it's about $10,000 or 5 plus an ankle monitor. So I've already taken into account that right now, it sounds like you had been making some effort to comply. But good enough on registration of lifetime registered sex offenders is not, no. And so you can talk to your lawyer about the overall situation in the case, but this is one where it is strict liability, meaning 72 hours means 72 hours, it doesn't mean a month. And by the way, right now, I only have your word for that through what the police have related and what you're telling me, which it may be 1,000% true, but I don't take people's word for things in this court in general. And certainly people who have a motive to not be exactly accurate about every fact. So you are going to need to show your lawyer, but I will let you live in Pinal County if you post a bond. And I put that in your paperwork because normally it's not a legal requirement for failure to register, but the vast overwhelming majority of these cases we order it because unregistered sex offenders in the community, even registered sex offenders in the community, continue to be dangerous. That's why they have to register. And so I'm not saying, I don't know the outcome in your case, sir. You may be able to get a much more favorable outcome than that.
No, like I said, it was just an honest mistake.
Okay.
I've been in Maricopa my whole life, and I just assumed, I even told the officer, like I just assumed I'm used to going to the sheriff's office to register. So that was a whole, and then I had a financial hardship going back and forth.
And it's a bad mess up.
Yeah, so,
you can use a bail bondsman. If you bond out, do not miss any court hearings. And I put right in here, you're allowed to live in Pinal. So no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Don't leave the state. Don't miss your court hearings, okay? The 16th, it's this Thursday. If you'll step to your left, I'll get your paperwork. Thank you. All right, so then I left off the house calls. I took care of Mr. Santana before those two cases. Then Jennifer Lynch, also known as Jennifer Bulkey, born 11/21/79, is here on 5 things. One's a new case, 3 are probation warrants, one's a justice court warrant. So she got booked in for a new case, shoplifting by using a device to facilitate it. That's a class 4 felony. I am a due find probable cause. I'm appointing a lawyer, giving her status conference April 16 at 8:30 and preliminary hearing April 20th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm going to put a placeholder bond on her in that case because she is going to be held in her probation cases. I'll tell her not to go to the scene of the crime if she's ever out, no contact with any witness there, and other standard conditions. All right, she's here on 3 probation warrants. She's on probation in 3 felony cases. On January 20th, there were petitions to revoke filed in all of them, alleging she violated terms 3 and 5, giving her court date also of April 16th at 8:30 in the morning for revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing in each case. I'm currently inclined to hold her without bail in each case on that in all reasonable probability she's going to be revoked to prison in one or all of those cases. Then in her justice court case, it's a warrant in a bad check case that goes back to 2010. It's a non-payment warrant. I'm going to give an arraignment hearing April 15th at 8:30 in the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court and set a placeholder bond on that as well. It's $50 secured. I'm appointing the public defender just on the bond issue only. And so if anything changes after I see her, my final order will reflect my ultimate decision. I'm not going to update the recording. Mr. Adrian Matzis, born 7/23/87, got picked up on a new case and also a bench warrant. In the new case, he got arrested for aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol. It's a class 4 felony, and there is probable cause for it. I'm appointing a lawyer for him and giving him 3 court dates. Status conference, April 16th at 8:30. Preliminary hearing, April 20th at 8:30. In between those, he'll have a bail eligibility hearing, April 17th at 1:30 in the afternoon, because he is out on release in an open felony case, which is number 31 on the calendar, in which there was a bench warrant issued for him on March 17th after he failed to appear at a status conference. He's been charged in that case with possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. He's got the same status conference date as the other case, same preliminary hearing date. That is April 16th at 8:30 for the first and April 20th at 8:30 for the second, both in downtown Superior Court. I'm going to affirm the trial judge's bond in that case. It is $1,000 secured with written release conditions that I will go over with him. If anything changes in his case, I will update my final written order, not the recording, so people should look at my final written order. And with that, we're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Can you change this number 37 to youth offender?
Yes, I meant to do that. I meant to